Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. You know, it's really starting to bother me that some of President Trump's most staunchest enemies come from inside his own administration. We dealt with this the last time around. Apparently, there are still some holdovers. I don't know if you saw this op-ed piece written by a top aide to Pete Hegseth from inside the Pentagon, somebody who left his post this week saying that the Pentagon is in an absolute tailspin. Well, this dude by the name of John Uliat worked for the Trump administration the last time around as a public affairs specialist in the first administration. Then he's there for Pete, claims that the Secretary of Defense is his great friend as he goes to slam him over and over again, causing all kinds of headaches for President Trump. Now, either you're a grandstander or you are jealous of Pete Hegseth for the position that he's in. Either way, the president doesn't need these types of people spouting off over and over and over again. All of this stems from the old story about the signal chat. This time, allegedly, a new signal chat related to the same strikes in Yemen has now popped up saying that Pete Hegseth's wife and brother-in-law, and the media never mentions that the brother-in-law also works inside the Defense Department, was on one of these signal chats. None of that matters. It's an old story. What does matter is that those inside, if you have concerns, take them up with the administration privately, not in Politico. Here's Caroline Levitt.
Hegseth was nominated for this position because he is standing up for the war fighter, the men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to protect our country and our homeland. And unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring, so they are leaking and they are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before. The secretary is doing a tremendous job, and the president stands strongly behind him.
Quite frankly, Secretary Hegseth doesn't need the headaches. President Trump doesn't need the headaches. And so I would imagine this John Uliat is probably jealous and still connected to the deep state, probably both. It's disgusting he goes to Politico for all of this when you could take it up with the administration directly. If you think there's problems, let them solve them from the inside, not playing it out in the mainstream media. That's doing great damage to President Trump and his quest to make America great again. Here's Pete Hegseth responding to it all.
Oh, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. Pulitzers for a bunch of lies and on hoaxes time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it.
All you need to know is this top aide to Pete Hegseth, who wrote this opinion piece in Politico, is where he went to write it. Politico? Really? I want to bring in now, in Washington, D.C., outside the White House, Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent, my good friend Brian Glenn is with us. Brian, welcome back to the program.
Thanks. Thanks, Grant.
Brian,
great to be here.
You know, the president doesn't need this. Pete Hegseth doesn't need this. I'm sure the media is fawning over this, but this is an old story, is it not, Brian?
Yeah, this is just Signalgate 2.0. It's just rinse and repeat. You've got that function on your washing machine as well. I think his comments at this Easter egg roll, and he addressed the media about this, says it all. This is a story that, and like you said, there were a few details that were left out in this story, and also anonymous sources. I think when you have a story based upon anonymous sources, and there's other variants that are so mysterious about what makes up this story and what's it's intended to do. At the end of the day, why have this come out? This does not do doesn't do this country any favor by having this happen. They are simply trying to block the progress that President Trump and his whole entire team is doing right now.
Brian, I've got my thoughts about what they think of Pete Hegseth, and they meaning deep staters, entrenched bureaucrats, whatever you want to call them inside the Pentagon. Why do you think they're so afraid of Pete Hegseth right now?
Well, because he's not interested, and this is just my personal opinion, of just leading us into these endless wars that we've been getting ourselves into for so long. I think some of these intel people have misled the previous administration and in times, and this is the tradition of what they do here in D.C. As you know, it's the military-industrial complex. They're in the business of war. They're in the business of manipulating war, and I think that Hegseth is a man of the troops. He's a man's man in all of this. The people love him. He's got a lot of leadership skills. He's kind of a no BS kind of guy. He bucks the traditional system of what they're used to, and this person in this position. So I think at the end of the day, he's a disruptor, but in a good way, he's a disruptor, and they simply don't want him to succeed.
All right. Brian, let me ask you. I've got a lot of friends that work in the military, outside of the Pentagon, a few inside the Pentagon. I was not under the assumption that the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, is in any kind of a tailspin. In fact, I thought morale was being restored to the troops, that we were taking the fight to our enemies better than we have in the last 4 years under Joe Biden. And yet this piece you read in Politico looks like it's utter chaos there. Do you have any indications that the Pentagon is not in decent shape right now, as he makes it out to be in this Politico piece?
No, there's no other indication that they are in a tailspin. Where's the people coming out saying this? Where are they? Are they not holding press conferences? Are they not identifying themselves, being very particular on what their concerns are? So I think it's a nothing burger, but that's what we've been served up by the leftist media for far too long. And I think they're very desperate, kind of rehashing an old story that, quite honestly, had about a 7 to 8 day life cycle the last time, and it was shut down. So this time, I think it gets shut down by the end of tonight.
Well, as you know, buddy, I respect your opinion, your insight. You have such great contacts in Washington, D.C. at so many levels. So I want to tell everybody at home, if Brian tells it to you, you can take it to the bank. And again, this is the mainstream media that is doing everything they can, as you said, Brian, to derail President Trump and Pete Hegseth because they're afraid of what they're doing to this country. And that is making it great again. Brian Glenn, always, I hope you had a great Easter. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, buddy. Always a pleasure. All right, folks, I want to turn now to the Supreme Court ruling. Over the weekend, the Supreme Court, again, total disappointment. Basically, puts a stay on President Trump's plans to deport many of these MS-13 gang members under the Alien Enemies Act, saying, no, we got to pause as this plays out. Now, I just want you to hear the dissenting opinion from Justice Alito in all of this. And when you read it, this seems to be more the truth than what the Supreme Court did by putting a stay on all of this. Take a look. It reads in the dissenting opinion by Alito, literally in the middle of the night, the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party, within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order, and without providing any explanation for its order. Now, that is the dissenting opinion. Of course, the Supreme Court, a very short ruling, said, hey, you gotta stop deporting people under this. So what can be done now? I want to bring in former Trump attorney, Claremont Institute senior fellow, and a great constitutional expert. Our good friend John Eastman is here. John, welcome to the program.
Grant, thanks for having me back on. What a way to spend Easter weekend, watching this roller coaster ride, I tell you.
Well, it's amazing, John. You know, I will say, I had thought, and now forgive me if it was you that tipped me off to this idea, and because there's so much information, but that the president may not have needed to use the Alien Enemies Act, and by using it, he opened himself up to legal interpretation. Others says, no, it's not open to legal interpretation. But could he not have just said, hey, I'm the president of the United States, I can deport anybody I want if they're here with no papers?
Well, the problem is there's a whole mechanism under the immigration laws that have been passed by Congress that require immigration judges and Board of Immigration Appeals and all that the one thing the Alien Enemies Act does, two things, is it expedites that process, and it also provides for almost no judicial review, which it recognizes the president's sole authority under the Constitution in times of war, or when, as he claims, that we are, there's this incursion, this systematic incursion by foreign enemies of the United States into the United States. And so he asserted the Alien Enemies Act in order to expedite him ability to act as commander-in-chief and defend the country.
All right. So, John, how do we get to a point, and I trust you when you say, and others have reiterated what you say, that this is not open to judicial review, yet we've got lower federal courts reviewing it judicially, and then the Supreme Court weighs in to try to review it judicially. How do we get to this point?
Well, what was most bizarre about what happened over the weekend is, in fact, the lower courts had not ruled. The claim by the ACLU that the district court denied their temporary restraining order is a bit specious. They filed a notice of appeal from that so-called denial 42 minutes after they filed for the temporary restraining order on Good Friday. and the district court judge said, I'm looking at it. Give me a little bit of time. And they went ahead and filed it anyway. And then it gets up to the Fifth Circuit. The appeal deprived the district court of jurisdiction to continue looking at it. And the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that we don't have jurisdiction because there's no temporary restraining order denial here. and so it was a farce. And then you get to the Supreme Court and they ask for emergency relief. And as Justice Alito points out in his dissent, it's unprecedented. Why is it unprecedented? Well, the Department of Justice pointed out later in a filing later on Saturday that the people that were the named parties in the case already had habeas corpus petitions pending in the district court. They weren't being removed at all. And so what they are seeking is relief on behalf of some unnamed members of a class that had not even been certified. That's what's unprecedented about it.
Not to get too deep in the legal weeds here, but when you talk about a class action lawsuit, President Trump has dubbed MS-13 a foreign terrorist organization. Are the courts dubbing terrorists now a class of people?
Well, this is what the Department of Justice filing on Saturday night points out. We don't even know who they're talking about because there's been no class. It's anybody he wants to deport under the Alien Enemies Act. Well, the Supreme Court a couple of weeks ago said you've got to bring habeas petitions in the district where they're currently incarcerated. That means you cannot have a nationwide class because every individual seeking habeas corpus relief is going to have different factual circumstances. That's not susceptible to class action review. And Justice Alito and the Department of Justice all point that out and how unprecedented the Supreme Court putting a stop to this given those circumstances.
So then I've got to ask you, John, with all your experience with the Supreme Court, what is going on here? Amy Coney Barrett seems to be a total disappointment. What's happening?
I think the court is upset that the president has powers that he can exercise without the court giving him permission, and they're trying to assert their authority. The bigger issue going on here is the question of judicial supremacy versus merely judicial review, and particularly on separation of powers, core separation of powers issues, where the Constitution's Article 2 quite clearly vests the final say, not in a court, or not in any court, not even in the Supreme Court, but in the elected president of the United States. And we are having a monumental pissing contest between the branches of government here about who has authority to exercise the president's power.
What you're talking about here is an ego contest at the highest levels of who has more power than the other person. Why can't we just go back to the Constitution and see who has the power? I believe you when you say the president has the power. Many other legal experts say it. So we now have a Supreme Court that has an ego so big they want the power? Is that literally what we're talking about?
In a prior era, the Supreme Court would deal with questions of a commander-in-chief authority, foreign affairs authority, as vested exclusively in the president, and presenting non-justiciable political questions to the courts because they don't act with the information that is available to the president. And the Constitution deliberately assigns the ultimate authority over such questions to the elected president of the United States. That's how the courts, in my view, should be deciding these things. These are getting right into the middle of core presidential powers, and we have really no competency to address all of the information, the intelligence that he has before him that's allowing him to make these decisions.
All right, Thomas and Alito seem to be the most conservative. Do you think President Trump made a mistake with Amy Coney Barrett and quite possibly Kavanaugh in appointing them to the Supreme Court?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. It's, one never knows how people are going to act when they get on the court. And because the court did not write an opinion, it just issued this order. It's hard to see what their reasoning is. And so I'm gonna hold back just a touch and see if we can see some reasoning come out of this to explain what it is they did over the weekend.
All right. Well, we'll as we get more information that comes back on, we'll get you back on here to keep explaining this stuff. It gets complicated, but in the end, I really believe this has now come down to egos and who wants the power, as everything comes down to in Washington, D.C., which is what people are so fed up with. John Eastman, as always, it's great having you on the program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Grant. Take care.
Absolutely. You too. Folks, I just want to show you one picture. This is President Trump holding up a picture. The O10 for the guys behind the glass, so you can see this. This is President Trump holding up a picture of the hands of the so-called Maryland man. Remember, this is the now domestic abuser. This is the MS-13 gang members. Those are knuckles with an MS-13 tattoo on the knuckles. And this Van Hollen who went down to visit him, which everybody's making such a crazy deal over, I guess didn't ask the most important question of this MS-13 gang member. Hey, are you one? Roll it.
But since you were the one person to have met with him, and since this is a thing, you say on social media, it's what we hear from Donald Trump and Republicans every day, all day long, you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him that because I know what his answer is.
You don't know what his answer is. You don't want to know the answer. That's why you didn't ask him. So the Democrats can keep defending MS-13 gang members here and see how this works out for you. The American people are not on your side. All right, I want to turn now to foreign policy. Let's talk about Ukraine and Israel. First, we'll start with Ukraine. Peace talks are not going well. President Trump and Marco Rubio has made this clear now. If it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a deal, the America that I know and love under President Trump has got to cut bait. Listen to this.
So we came here yesterday to sort of begin to talk about more specific outlines of what it might take to end the war, to try to figure out very soon, and I'm talking about a matter of days, not a matter of weeks, whether or not this is a war that can be ended. If it can, we're prepared to do whatever we can to facilitate that and make sure that it happens, that it ends in a durable and just way. If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
Folks, that was a spot that I've been at for a very, very long time. If it cannot be worked out, the American taxpayer should not be put on the dole to pay for this war in Ukraine. All right, now I want to turn it to Israel. People that I trust are now telling me that there is a very good chance that Israel is going to go into Gaza in a very big way to end this Hamas nonsense once and for all. But before that can happen, they've got to take care of some other enemies like the Houthis and quite possibly Iran. What does all of this mean? I want to bring in the man who tipped me off to this with his ideas of what could possibly happen. Former Green Beret and host of Speak the Truth podcast, our friend Matt Tardio is with us. Matt, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Grant, thanks for having me back.
All right, it's always a pleasure. I found it fascinating, your assessment of the potential for a massive conflict now with many facets. Can you explain to me what you see here that could potentially happen over the next few days?
Right. So like you just saw what Marco Rubio was saying, we've only got a matter of days to figure this out. And I believe he actually said that, last Thursday or Friday is when Marco Rubio said that. And so that matter of days matters when we start talking about the Middle East as well, because prior to October 7th, about 50% of the petroleum that's rolling through the Suez Canal all belonged to Russia. All of it belonged to Russia. And a major portion of their exports and a lot of the money that they're making in order to fund this war over inside of Ukraine was coming from the oil exports that they were sending out and through the Suez Canal and up over into Asia, because Joe Biden, the one thing he actually got right, ended up slapping sanctions on them. Right? Well, they had to offload that oil somewhere. So when the Houthis end up closing out the Suez Canal, well, guess what? All of a sudden, Russia's got an advantage on the global economy, and they're able to send all of that oil up over to Asia at a much cheaper price. If so facto, they can sell it off and they can actually fund the war effort. But it goes deeper than that, because now we're going to talk about Iran. Today, did you see what came out today, Grant? Did you happen to see it? Because Iran and Russia ended up signing a new agreement. So they ended up signing a new agreement today that said, well, number one, we're going to end up developing a brand new banking system that's going to allow us to send money back and forth to each other without having to deal with the international banks. Therefore, the sanctions aren't going to matter. But Iran, all right, has been funding the Houthis down inside Yemen. They're going to go and, and the U.S. has been bombing the crap out of them. I think over today, the Houthi media has been reporting, I think it was like 25 or 27 sorties that like the U.S. Navy has just been flying and bombing the crap out of them today, right? But with all of that being said, once that Red Sea is back open, that means the Suez Canal is back open for international traffic. 80% of the traffic through the Red Sea ended up getting shut down when the Houthis started doing what they do, sinking 5 merchant vessels, killing numerous merchant sailors, on and on and on. So as soon as that's back open, Russia's oil, cheap oil, is done. They're back competing with everybody else. EU lost an estimated $164 billion because of this garbage last year. So before Israel goes into Gaza, they've got to worry about Iran, who very well has nuclear weapons. Very, very well. The IAEA, International Agency of Atomic Energy, ends up coming out and saying, you know what, we think Iran has 60% enriched uranium, about 600 pounds worth of it. They ended up determining a couple months ago that Iran has 2 uranium enrichment sites just south of Tehran, that they did not announce and that they did not disclose the IAEA in regulation with the NPT, the Proliferation Treaty.
So they've got to do something about that if that's the case. You would also say that if Israel goes into Gaza in a big way, you think there could be a drone attack of thousands of drones going into Israel, and to thwart that, you've got to take care of Iran first. Do I have it right?
Not just drones. If it was just drones we were worried about, Grant, we've moved so much firepower. The United States government has moved so much firepower into the Middle East, it's not even funny. But now we're talking about ballistic and cruise missiles that very well could be nuclear capable now, heading up over into Israel. In addition to that, we got to worry about all of the U.S. service members that are also staged over inside of Iraq. Right. And across the Middle East, we saw U.S. service members withdrawing from inside of Syria just last week. Now, all of that matters for a reason, because we moved an entire Patriot battery, something that we're going to rely upon in order to shoot down these ballistic missiles. If Iran ends up shooting them, we moved an entire Patriot battery out of PACOM, or like the Pacific Area of Command, up over into CENTCOM, the Central Area of Command. General Kurilla is on his way over to Israel, and we just had Ben-Gvir land in the United States today.
All right, so all of this looks like a massive escalation. Real quick, if you can, for me in 30 seconds. Over the next few days, what do you think happens? Do you think we see strikes on Iran?
I think over the next couple days, what's going to end up happening is Donald Trump, along with his entire security staff, is going to end up sitting around making some very difficult decisions. I don't think you can trust Iran as far as that you can throw them. And when you start weighing it out with just open source information, when I take it and I start processing it all, I can assess about a 50% probability Iran has a nuclear weapon. Israel's about to roll on Rafah. They're about to roll on Gaza City. They're about to start crushing Hamas. And you have to say, does Iran have a 50% or better probability of having a nuclear weapon? Is that something you want to risk? If that's the case, and you do want to risk it, well, there it is. If not, then we got to bomb the crap out of them.
Yeah. It's fascinating stuff, and it's amazing the assessments you're able to come up with looking at this stuff from your experience as a Green Beret, and of course, just your knowledge of looking at some of this information and your contacts where they are. Matt Tardio, as always, thank you for coming on. I urge people to check out your podcast as well. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Grant. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Look, folks, a lot of people aren't talking about this. Like the whole Israel thing is outside the news realm right now. We're not going to forget about it. All right, think about it. Every dollar you spend either supports your values or works against them. Where you spend, it matters. I'm talking about Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, lets you take a stand without sacrificing quality. Get exceptional nationwide coverage with access to all 3 major U.S. networks. Add 2 numbers on one phone, something the big carriers can't match. Enjoy flexible unlimited data plans with high-speed data, hotspots, and more. Switching is easy. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Our 100% U.S.-based team activates you in minutes. Join today at patriotmobile.com. All right, up next, I will have the conversation with the forensic accountant who uncovered Letitia James's trail of alleged mortgage fraud. This is the guy behind now this criminal referral. You do not want to miss this interview. That's next. Welcome back, everyone. Remember Letitia James? This is the Attorney General in New York who went after President Trump with a vengeance for a small record-keeping case that she turned into, felony extraordinaire. She now has some big problems on her hands because she may be guilty of all kinds of mortgage fraud. One of the allegations is she put a residence in Virginia as her primary residence. We know what that means when you try to claim a homestead, and it must be your primary residence. But she's in New York as the Attorney General. How could it be? Well, the Daily Caller showed up at that house in Virginia. Did they find her?
Are you related to Letitia James?
Do you know her?
You're trespassing. Go in the house.
Do you know
You're
Letitia James? No? Okay.
You're trespassing.
No comment. Thank you, ma'am.
Don't come up to my house no more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good one.
Well, the answer is no, she wasn't there. So how did this all come about? It's a fascinating story. The man who uncovered it describes himself as a former Wall Street criminal turned fraud investigator. For those of you like me from the Northeast tri-state area, you may remember Crazy Eddie's. All right, he was the CFO. He now runs a website called White Collar Fraud. He's the one that found all of these details about Letitia James's alleged mortgage fraud. And maybe, Sam Antar, is it safe to say your investigation is insane? Or is that joke not good, Sam?
Thank you for having me on. The investigation is insane.
Well, let me ask you, how did you get started on this, and why don't you lay out briefly exactly what you uncovered here?
First of all, I have the trouble looking at the camera. Okay. What happened was after Crazy Eddie's, I started working as a forensic accountant, teaching law enforcement agencies, major corporations, doing whistleblower work for law firms. I actually won a whistleblower reward over 7 figures one time. I've been teaching. So this is something I've been doing for the last 30 years. I know every trick in the book, every trick that's not in the book, and every trick that they think they're going to do, because I was on both sides of the law.
Sam, it sounds to me like she wasn't even smart about her tricks, and she's an attorney general. It was right there for you to see, was it not?
Well, she probably figured that Biden was going to win re-election and that nobody would catch her. You see, what happened was I was doing a lot of work on New York City politicians and New York City's financing. I stumbled upon her, and that's how I got to her. I didn't target her or anything like that. I'm not a member of the Trump administration. I'm not a Republican. I hate to say it to you, I'm a Democrat. I did what I had to do.
All right, so what exactly did you find? There's the issue in New Jersey. There's issues with properties in Brooklyn. There's this issue of her father being listed as her husband. Lay it out for me what you found.
Okay, let me break it out for you. First of all, you have 2 Virginia properties. The first Virginia property she purchased 2 weeks before the Trump trial in August of 2023. On that property, there was a mortgage filed, but part of the mortgage that was filed was a sworn declaration stating her intent to occupy that house as her primary residence with the co-owner. And the mortgage was structured that both owners, her and her niece, the co-owner, had to occupy the house. Now, do you believe that she do you believe that she really intended to move to Virginia?
No.
Because before the Trump trial? No way.
No.
But she automatically
and just so people have it, this is the document, Sam, you found. I want to put it up on the screen, and I'll read it real quickly for you because it's very, very simple. This was through a power of attorney. She highlighted, I hereby declare that I intend to occupy this property as my principal residence. You put that
Sworn. And witnessed by a chief deputy in her office. Go ahead.
What kind of crime is that now in the big scheme of things?
Mail, wire fraud, mortgage fraud. I'm not a lawyer, but I can think of at least 3 from my background. But the point being is she had to move into that house within 60 days. She never did. And it seems like from some of the press accounts I've been reading that I cannot verify because I only verify my own work, is that that other party didn't move in till way past the 60-day mark.
All right. What is the next situation with her labeling her father as her husband?
That was Joe Gilbert found that, Gateway Pundit. He found that. He found that 1983 or 84, I'm not sure exactly the year, that the deed was in her father and her name as father and daughter, but the mortgage was husband and wife.
So, Sam, a lot of people would say, okay, she's doing this. It has to be for 2 reasons in the 2 cases we're talking about. One is to get a favorable tax benefit. If you say it's your own house and you have homestead, you also have some legal protections with a homestead. Yeah. And no 2 is maybe getting a favorable. What's that?
No homesteads were filed in Virginia.
Okay. And so why would she claim it's her principal residence? Is that for a favorable mortgage rate then?
Favorable mortgage rate, yes, absolutely. It's also on the Brooklyn property. Over the last 20 years, she's been representing the numbers 1, 2, and 3, but the CFO says 5. In fact, right before I got on the air, that's why I'm a little bit crazy today. Right before I got on the air, I posted a new blog showing that the electrical service to the building shows 5 units. So she's an out-and-out liar. She's been telling the press 4 units. It's always been that way. No, the certificate of occupancy says 5 units.
So she's claiming it's a residence for one person when it's a multiple residence. That means it's an income-producing property.
She's claiming it's a residence for 4 people, but her mortgages say sometimes 1 person, 2 residences, 3 residences, or 4, but never 5, because 5 brings you into the commercial loan area where you have to pay a higher rate. Now, not only does it's a CFO says 5, and you can't, New York, if you don't follow the CFO, the buildings department comes down on every landlord that tries to screw around with that. That is the gold standard. Now, the second thing I found just now, today, was the electrical service to the building shows 5 units. So what is she going to say now?
Well, then the last question I have for you, have you found any evidence that someone in a position of power, political power, was protecting her, was pushing this stuff through, making sure nobody asked any questions?
Let's put it this way. From looking over 40 years of documents and instances of about maybe 20, 30, every single mortgage, let's put it that way, every single mortgage has false information in it. It's not an accident. She didn't do this by herself. There had to be other people involved. I don't know if it's the appraisers, the title company, the loan officers. You can't do this by yourself and get away with it.
Last question for you. There's a criminal inquiry now, a referral to look into this. Were you actually responsible for that? Did you hand this stuff over to the Justice Department?
Most of the work that was in the referral came from me. Not all of it. Some of it came from Joe Gilbert, and some of it came from other sources.
Well, it's fascinating stuff. Sam Antar, as a Democrat, I'm not often thanking Democrats out there, but on this one, I thank you because she went after President Trump with a vengeance. So, what comes around goes around in the scheme of things, and I appreciate your work on this.
I agree with you. We have to have a rule of law in America, irrespective of whether you're from the left or from the right. It doesn't matter.
All right. Now that I've had you on once, I'm going to work on you over the next year or so, and I'm going to get you flip. I'm going to have you as a Republican by the end of the year. Sam Antar, thank you so much for coming on today. We appreciate it. Okay, folks, in New Hampshire, a state representative, Republican, of course, says she was fired from her day job over comments she made defending girls-only spaces. We'll talk about this next. speaking out for what's right, speaking out for what you believe in, can have great consequences in this country, sadly. The left has gone off the deep end with their censorship, with their cancel culture. I'm here to say enough is enough. In New Hampshire, a Republican state representative felt the need to speak out against biological boys occupying girls' bathrooms in the middle school, of all places. And she says she got fired for that from her longtime job. This is what she said at the school board.
Little girls shouldn't have to be afraid to use the bathroom and hold it all day. And I think we can all agree that that should not be happening. It's painful for them. That shouldn't happen. This school board needs to create a clear and fair policy that protects every student's dignity. And we are to have compassion for every student.
Well, she got accused of being mean to the student, biological boy, who wanted to use the girls' room. One of her fellow representatives, a Democrat, actually tweeted this after she got fired the next morning. Quote, "It's probably just a coincidence if it happened the morning after the school board meeting, but that as it may, it doesn't look good for a 40-something adult to be picking on a 14-year-old kid during a school board meeting, regardless of gender identity." I don't think she was picking on anybody. I think she was standing up for little girls who don't want to be going to the bathroom with boys in the bathroom. It is that simple. I want to bring in with me now the New Hampshire State Representative, Republican Lisa Mazer, is with us. Lisa, welcome to the program.
Hi, Grant. Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right. So this is troubling, to say the least, especially when I heard you got fired. There's bigger issues than even that at play here, though. Your response to what happened to you and how are you assessing this now after a few days have passed?
Yeah, I'm still actually kind of reeling from it all, because a lot of people may not know this, but in New Hampshire, we state reps, we only make $100 a year before taxes. And so many of us have to have full-time jobs on the side to pay the bills. And I had this full-time job for going into my 6th year, and it was going great. So this Monday, I had a job, and there was no inkling of anything negative. Tuesday, I spoke up at the school board meeting because I had a lot of parents contact me when they found out a little boy was using, well, he's not so little, he's 13, using their daughter's bathrooms, and they asked me to speak up for them. And I always have in my 2-3 years of being a state rep, I'm going into my 3rd, I've never been afraid to stand up. But now I think it's even more important with what we're seeing around the country, and it's crazy.
You know, Representative Mazer, I don't think what you said was really out of line at all. Obviously, now we're coming from the same place on this issue, but let me play another clip for the people at home to decide.
Okay.
This isn't about judgment or discrimination. It's about ensuring safety, privacy, and comfort of all our students. Having this concern for girls doesn't make us transphobic, and we're not bullying because people are speaking up.
So the school district say anything, or they're just going to literally let boys into girls' rooms?
Yes. And we don't currently have a really solid law to back us up. We're working on it. And so we have 2 bills going through the House and Senate right now that will hopefully firm that up a bit. And ironically, this coming week, I sponsored 2 bills, one that will prohibit puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones and top surgeries in children. And so coincidentally, that's all happening this week, too. Those bills passed the House. I'm presenting them in front of the Senate this week, and hopefully they'll be on their way to the governor's desk. So, you know, New Hampshire is a real hot spot for this right now.
Well, it sure is, and it is basically virtually a swing state. Are Republicans in control in the state House?
Yes, and the Senate.
All right, so that's good news, and so we'll see how this plays out. Lastly, I want to ask you, I haven't reached out to your employer, so I'm not going to name them. Could it be a coincidence? Of course. I don't typically believe in coincidences, especially when it comes to politics at this level. But Did you confront them on this? Did they give you a reason for it, or no?
No, I mean, I spoke at the school board meeting Tuesday night. I got the call from the owner 8 o'clock the next morning, and we were pretty friendly. I mean, I've been there for a while, and we've always kept politics aside. I even hid my last name, like in my work, you know, when emailing people. I really tried to protect the business, and it has never been an issue. There's never been a negative anything on me. This was all just, and then when she called me, she was cold as ice, like a switch flipped, and it was the next morning. And so coincidence maybe, but I highly doubt it.
I can tell you something else that happens, and I've heard stories before, is business owners that just want to stay out of it get threatened by radical liberals who start calling and making all kinds of threats against the business, and they get scared and they do crazy things. Not saying that's what happened here, but you never know. It's a very sad spot that we live in a time like this where you even have to consider that could be the possibility. Keep up the great work on fighting for girls in New Hampshire. And Lisa Mazer, we appreciate you coming on the program today. Thank you, and good luck in the next job search, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You know, folks, over the course of 2 decades, I've owned businesses, a number of them. I've probably employed over 200 people, at least. I would never fire somebody. If they wanted to go and argue for, pro-choice issues, if they wanted to argue these transgender nonsense, as long as they keep it out of work, as long as they do their job well, we're in America. They have a right to do anything. You know, now we're employing truck drivers and auto technicians, but I'm not going to squash somebody's right to free speech as long as they're not bringing that into the business. And too many businesses are doing that now, and they're bowing to the radical left. That's the real crazy part of all of this. All right. I want you to become a part of making America healthy again. It's a great movement. We're going to tell you how next. Welcome back, everyone. I've told you 1,000 times, I'm a big believer of the Energized health system. I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks. All my levels went in the right direction. Testosterone up, cholesterol down, body fat lost, muscle mass gained, all of it at energizedhealth.com. And I'm so grateful for the program. You know what another benefit was how my body dealt with chronic pain. It started to go away. That chronic pain will get you depressed too, by the way. I've been there where it starts to screw with your mind. Watch this little video here.
I've survived accidents that should have killed me. When I started this, my pain level was between 7 and 8, 24/7. I had chronic pain, was not getting any relief. And I did quite well, I would say. Now it's at 3 to 4. The other thing is no more blood pressure medicine. I actually don't take any medication anymore. But the biggest thing for me is attitude change. But the tools that I've gotten from here has changed my mindset, has changed how I go forward. And the people around me are the ones who comment about it. So that's what I'm encouraged by. I'm not changing nothing.
Here's what I want you to do. There are hundreds of testimonials like that on the Energized Health website, energizedhealth.com. Go watch some of them, and you'll see what the Energized Health program can do for you. I want to bring in now the founder of Energized Health, my good buddy, John Jubilee. John, welcome. I hope you had a great Easter.
Well, great to see you, Grant. Have a spectacular Easter. Thank you.
That's good to hear. All right, so chronic pain and Energized Health. This intercellular hydration helps with pain. Can you explain to me how?
Well, I sure can. And man, how many of you guys out there listening to Grant and I, you've got some chronic pain, and maybe you're like me. You just thought that's how your life's going to be. When I was bone on bone in both of my knees, I just thought this is going to be my life. And then doctors told me, Grant, that my only way to get any relief from that pain was to have 2 new knee replacements. But lo and behold, through the patent pending science of intracellular hydration, I was able to rebuild that natural cartilage, because as you pull in that intracellular hydration, it activates your body's natural stem cells that we all already have. You don't need to go to Mexico and spend $20,000 to get stem cells. You have stem cells. They're just dehydrated. And by activating that, Grant, it pushes all the inflammation. It pushes the inflammation out, which is the root cause of that chronic pain. And you don't have to live with that pain, folks. You really don't. I was told I was going to have to. It was a lie. And you can have freedom from pain. You can have it.
All right, so I look at it like this, because there's so many benefits from getting hydrated at an intracellular level and the science behind how you actually do that. But, you lose fat. As you mentioned, the pain starts to go away. But you gain muscle mass as well. And then I'm thinking of the mental aspect of all of this has to be huge.
Well, it is, Grant. Just think about, if you were walking around with a big rock in your shoe, you're going to be kind of grumpy. You're going to be grumpy. So you can try to have the best attitude, but you're going to be grumpy when you have a rock in your shoe. And that's what chronic pain is like. And guys, this is just 5 pounds of fat. But that 5 pounds of fat on your joint feels like 50 pounds when you're carrying it around. And so that's the beauty of the compounding benefit. When you're getting healthy at the cellular level, you're going to lose the fat, which that's better for your joint. You're going to regrow your cartilage, which that's better for your joint. But that intercellular hydration is also going to create new neural pathways in your brain, which gives you a better mindset and makes you joyful and happy like when you were a child.
Yeah, well, I can speak from experience. It really is a life-changing program. I urge everyone to go out there, watch the masterclass on the website. John, I'm going to tell people how to find you guys and benefit from all of this. Here's what I want you to do. Go to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com. There is a free masterclass there. And again, I would really say, go through some of the testimonials. You will see somebody that looks like you, sounds like you, experiencing things that you do. Listen to what they have to say. There's hundreds of them. And by the way, they got a money-back guarantee like you wouldn't believe. So again, energizedhealth.com. Check them out today. We're grateful for their support of this program. All right, up next, we share a wholesome moment from this year's White House Easter celebration.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
While the media is busy slamming President Trump, you think they'll show you this moment with him out on the lawn for the Easter roll today? Watch.
I'm really into this. No, I'm really into this. It's tough though. We don't have a white crayon. What am I going to do? Leave it wet, I guess. Leave the whole thing white. Okay, smile up there, kids. You're where your mom and dad said.
I love the guy. Look, he's coloring with the kids. The media's not going to show you that. And by the way, he's a great granddad. He's got a whole bunch of grandkids. He knows how to color, for crying out loud. He does all kinds of things with his grandkids. And it's great stuff. Happy Easter to all of you. I hope you all had a great weekend. And now we start the process again. So if you're off from work today, good for you. If not, we'll see you back here tomorrow night. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Thanks for watching.
Studio 6B, brand new week on a Monday night. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Lots to do. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Paul Nolan is going to do some news as well. Slick's going to have some sports when he gets here. Aaron and Fran holding it down on a Monday, April 21st, 8 p.m. on the East Coast. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you had a happy Easter. Hope you got to spend it with family and whatever else you did. Reflect on the day. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
How was your Easter? How was your weekend?
My entire weekend was awesome.
Very good.
Trying new restaurants, checking out, just trying to get out more, especially because it was so nice over the weekend.
I mean, the weather is like bipolar, though. Yeah. I had the air on Saturday,
yeah.
Had the heat on this morning because the house was freezing. Because I turned the heat off, and then, it's just like bipolar. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And now tomorrow, I'm going to have the air back on. It's going to get back into the 70s.
Nice.
It's just nuts. Today, it's in the low 50s. So, Mr. Nolan, how are you?
Well, are we expecting a little rain tomorrow, the 50% chance tomorrow?
I don't know. Is it? I thought I saw 70-something.
Either way, it was a good weekend for me. Family, just lots of food on Sunday.
Yeah.
Lots of family time over the whole weekend. It's a nice weekend.
Very good.
How about you?
Yeah, it was nice. Went to my sister's yesterday. Saw my parents, who are also up in that area. Came down, saw my sister, my brother-in-law, my nephew, and of course my three plus me were there. So it was a nice time, nice gathering. Good food. My mom always does a very good job. My wife as well. My sister. So it was a nice day.
Very good. Now, are they going to make it down for the big May 2nd show? Because I know your dad and your mom came and saw us recently, and they seemed very, very into it.
Well, they only came because they like Vin and Slick. They had no interest in anybody else. Most of all me. Slick and Vin. My dad and Vin.
So to that Delgado, when I say to heck with them.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Vin texts me. I mean, this is to the Vin texts me that he's going to Florida, so I don't know if we're going to see him this week. He says, "Hey, happy Easter, by the way. Say hi to your dad for me." I mean, it doesn't say like, how you doing? Like, hope you're having a nice... No, say hi to your dad for me. It's the first thing he says.
Well, at least he didn't do the Mark Wahlberg, say hello to your mother for me. You know? Remember that bit?
Yeah.
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Oh, my goodness. You watch no TV
No,
at all.
I don't watch any movies, any TV, nothing.
Oh, my goodness.
He's seen one movie, Fletch.
Right.
Yeah, Fletch. That's it. Fletch and Midnight Run. Those are my two movies.
And Caddyshack.
So, yeah, I've seen that too. So, but, well, yeah, so that's where we're at. So I don't know if they're coming. I hope that maybe they'll come in some Friday if they don't come May 2nd, for sure.
Well, just to your family, you have an open invitation. Whether Damon tells you or not, the rest of us would think you're very fine people.
Yeah, I think they know that. So we'll see.
Wouldn't it be great if Damon's parents the whole time were just shaking their head in disapproval at him?
It's very possible that could happen, but probably not. So 3 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. I hope you had a good weekend as well. We'll get into the chat. All of you, wherever you're watching, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up. Man, there's a lot of places to start, but I think I have to start with what happened on Saturday. I guess it was, I don't know, was it Friday night at midnight, Saturday morning, or Saturday night at midnight, Sunday? I don't remember exactly. But we get this absolutely outrageous ruling from the Supreme Court. And here we go again. It seems like every time we say we're only two conservatives away, I think we're getting to the point where we can say there's only two conservatives maybe that are actually reliable on the court. We have two great men, towering men on the court in Alito and Thomas, and everything past that is somewhat questionable. And that's a scary thought.
Now it is, yeah.
When we think we have a somewhat conservative majority, boy, I tell you, that's getting harder and harder to argue. You have two towering men on the Supreme Court, and everything past the three whack jobs that we know of, now really four of all the women. Can I say women?
I think
so. I can.
Well, if you can identify.
Yeah,
if you know what they are.
Yeah, right. So the four women are pretty much all very similar, at least the way they've ruled recently. And I have no idea what's up with Kavanaugh and Gorsuch on this Saturday night ruling from the Supreme Court. And I mean, there's so many places to start here. But I'll start with Rachel Alexander over at Town Hall, because I thought she put it best. And if you haven't read Justice Alito, his dissent in response to this order that temporarily basically telling the leader of the free world that he cannot do his job, essentially that you can't do your job. And I actually tweeted, and it's crazy to think that we're at this point. I mean, did you ever think growing up, or even in the Supreme Court, there'd ever come a time where you'd see something come out from the Supreme Court and you'd say, yeah, no, I'm sorry, no. POTUS, carry on with what you're doing.
Right.
Because that's what you were elected to do. And that's what every sensible person knows the Constitution, the plenary power it provides you. And one of the big things is immigration. You and Congress. And for this ruling to come out and for them to say, oh no, halt all deportations in response to this lawsuit filed is crazy. The Supreme Court issued this order on Saturday, temporarily blocking the Trump administration from deporting 50 illegal immigrants from the violent Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Only Justices Alito and Thomas dissented, with Alito writing a scathing yet brilliant dissent that Thomas joined. The two lower courts had already refused to jump in and pause the deportations, which is really kind of the shake your head part. The lower courts even didn't jump in and say, no, you have to stop. And here comes the Supreme Court in reaction to this lawsuit filed by I think it was the ACLU or somebody, responding, saying, okay, yeah, halt all on a midnight. The order seems strange. That's an understatement. Since earlier in the month, SCOTUS ruled that Trump has the authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelan gang members. But it left the door open for litigation by stating that gang members could appeal their deportations on a case-by-case basis. The Alien Enemies Act gives the president unilateral authority to deport non-citizens who are subjects of foreign enemies. Although the mainstream media has been spinning its description to pretend that it can only be invoked during war, since one of the triggers for deportations can be wartime. But the statute doesn't state that it's required. It clearly gives the president the power to deport dangerous, violent individuals sent by a rogue nation. Venezuelan President Maduro was deliberately releasing violent criminals from their prisons in order to let them flee to the U.S., according to letters sent to DHS by several members of Congress. The relevant part of the law provides, and it says, quote, whenever any invasion or predatory incursion is perpetuated, attempted, or threatened against the territory of the United States by any foreign nation or government, and the president makes public proclamation of the event, all native citizens, denizens, or subjects of the hostile nation or government, being of the age of 14 years and upward, who shall be within the United States and not actually naturalized, shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies, end quote. Note that the mainstream media articles on this topic never include that language from the statute because it is so crystal clear that the president has the authority. In fact, the mainstream media deliberately doesn't even link to the law in any of their articles, even though almost all news is online now, so there's no reason not to link to it. This has become a troubling pattern in the articles, deliberately avoiding linking to the law in order to make it more difficult for people to actually discover the truth. Justice Alito said, quote, literally in the middle of the night, the court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief without giving the lower courts a chance to rule, without hearing from the opposing party, within 8 hours of receiving the application, with dubious factual support for its order, and without providing any explanation for its order. In other words, Alito and Thomas saying to the others, the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Alito said it wasn't even clear that the court had the jurisdiction to stop Trump, since the district court failed to rule on the ACLU's request for a temporary restraining order by the deadline. It was likely premature for the plaintiffs to appeal, he said. The Fifth Circuit denied jurisdiction for the appeal due to that. So, I mean, it is an absolutely crazy ruling. Crazy ruling that makes you just go, what is going on in the Supreme Court of the United States that this is two dissenters? And you listen to Alito lay it out that way, basically, again, saying, what are we thinking here?
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. My question, and I haven't seen, I haven't read it, the ruling and such. It says 7-2 ruling orders administration cease deportation of Venezuelan nationals, blah 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 blah. And you had said that they can challenge this. What's it called? They can file an appeal, right?
Who said that?
You did when you
Just
were reading.
now?
Yeah, when you were reading, you said they have the right to file an appeal. My question is there anything that says they have to file the appeal from here, this country? Or can we send them out and be like, you want to send your appeal in, feel free. Good luck. See if it ever makes it. I wonder if that's a legal quote unquote loophole that the administration could say, hey, you can have your appeal, sure. When you get to Venezuela, let us know.
What I don't understand is the left's political motivation in this. It wasn't long ago when Obama was deporting people, and every lefty talking point, every single Keith Olbermann and Rachel Mad Cow and all the wackos all they were saying was this is a Koch brothers scam to get cheap labor, to force these people to be slaves here in America. It was an endless assault on the right. And the Koch brothers, who were supposedly the boogeyman alternative on the right to Soros. And I don't understand. What is the political motivation here? I mean, do they think that they're just going to get voters?
Because Trump said it.
I just
That's
think
it.
so.
We played the clips. We played the clips of Schumer, Obama, Pelosi, you name it, running up and down the line, where they talk about, illegal immigration has to stop. They have to send them back. We played the videos. But now that Trump said it, oh my goodness, this is the end of the world. That's their motivation. That, and of course, piling up the censorship numbers to kind of boost up the districts, so they can control the House.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B, just getting started on a Monday, brand new week. We're back right after this. $17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, getting a new week started here. Slick's here. We're going to do sports. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your weekend? I asked everybody else.
Yeah, the weekend was fantastic. Beautiful Easter, celebrating, obviously, Christ rising. The risen of Christ was beautiful. And anyway, a nice brunch with the family. Good times, real good times.
You went where now?
We went to Giorgio's, which is a beautiful catering hall out east on a golf course out in Bating Hollow on Long Island. And, food was great. But I think they lost money. My family was open bar bar. There were Bloody Marys, mimosas. There were espresso martinis.
Wait, Slickster picked up the old tab, Marino?
No, I did not pick up that. Come on, making that kind of money.
Man,
I'm still paying off the steak sandwiches.
I'm still paying off those steak. You're right.
Yeah, you got to get ready for May 2nd again.
I know. I can't wait for that. That I don't mind.
Get the American Express black ready.
Card, the carbon copy.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, we'll get to Slick and Sports here in a second. Just a couple more things from Alito's dissent on this outrageous ruling from the Supreme Court on Saturday night. I mean, just really inexplicable. He said, I refused to join the court's order because we had no good reason to think that under the circumstances, issuing an order at midnight was necessary or appropriate. Both the executive and the judiciary have an obligation to follow the law. The executive must proceed under the terms of our order in Trump versus JGG 604 U.S., and this court should follow established procedures. Later on Saturday, counsel representing the Trump administration filed an opposition to the order. The lawyer said that the federal government gave advance notice to detainees before their deportations, allowing enough time for them to file habeas claims. The government has agreed not to remove, pursuant to the AEA, those AEA detainees who do file habeas claims, the filing stated. The court should dissolve its current administrative stay and allow the lower courts to address the relevant legal and factual questions in the first instance, including the development of a proper factual record. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 allows the deportation of natives, as we just went over. So, really just, I don't know, just an inexplicable ruling from the Supreme Court, one in a not so flattering pattern going on these rulings. And you know, we've talked about this in years past on things maybe not even as important as this, and we kind of half joke saying, you know, one more, the founders in all of the debates, the ratification conventions on the Constitution, all of them had talked about obviously the three branches, with the judicial being of the checks and balances, the least of the checks and balances, because they have they couldn't answer to the people as they were unelected. But we know, here we are in what's supposed to be a representative republic. And we've joked in years past, not joked, but just kind of said, you know, it's not supposed to be this way, where these life and death decisions on what are human rights and what are, you know, you get one person wake up on the wrong side of the bed and all of a sudden something that's not ever meant to be a right is, and something that so clearly should be all of a sudden isn't. Exactly. And I'll tell you, if this pattern we're seeing, not only with the lower courts around the country, trying to stop a duly elected president and his mandate and clear powers that are designated to him, but now rulings like this from the Supreme Court.
I know you said it. He's up against the Supreme Court and 700 and something
other members of the Supreme. They all think they're supreme.
Yeah,
right. Like supreme leaders.
It's just amazing how handcuffed they're going to make this administration, and it's everything we voted for. It's just astounding to me how they're playing defense on saving this nation. So I just don't get it.
I just have never felt so strongly as I did when I saw this Saturday night for the first time to say, yeah, no, this has to just be, and I don't want to say it. And we don't want to get into this habit. And it's just funny to see the left, you know, when it was SCOTUS and talking about abortion, it was like, we have to get rid of all of them. This whole court's a disaster. So they're the biggest danger. Right. They're this, they're that. Now, of course, they all love them. They're embracing them. They all want to join themselves with the ruling. They're the best thing ever. But I never felt as strongly as I did Saturday night to say, no. President Trump, carry on. Ignore this, because this is outrageous.
And the optics of this, no matter how hard Trump fights back now, oh, you see, he's a king. He's a dictator.
Yeah, I hear that all the time.
It's like they force him into this box, and they make it literally impossible with the entire corporate media completely parroting the same narrative, and then it's like an infection or a virus. It just keeps spreading and getting worse. It's very frustrating to watch this.
And think back on COVID, and you think about your liberty, how it was under attack. Where was the SCOTUS rulings then?
Oh, forget about it.
Where were the emergency rulings on these governors? Where were these emergency rulings on your government then from the almighty Supreme Court? On your liberties being under full-fledged attack, on your freedom being under full-fledged attack, under your bodily autonomy being under full-fledged attack. There were no rulings. People couldn't find them. They didn't want to get involved with anything.
Find them. You'd be sitting on a beach and a cop would drag you off it alone on a beach. That's gonna, I'm gonna get the smelt fish sick.
No, I mean, you couldn't find the Supreme Court anywhere.
No, I know, but I'm just saying there was absolutely all law was gone. All liberty was gone.
I mean, it's just crazy.
They're just enforcing nonsense.
And I haven't seen one person that I've read about this decision. Margot Cleveland over at the Federalist, Mark Levin, all these constitutional people, experts, not a one of them has said, "Oh, easy here. You may not be seeing the whole picture. Maybe you're," because I always look for that. Because what the hell do I know? Nothing.
Right.
So I'm always looking for someone to say, maybe you're not seeing it. It's a deeper meaning. You got to look deeper into this. There's nothing. I haven't seen one of those. Everybody's like, what the hell are they doing? It's an outrageous decision. We don't need some court to tell the president of the United States he has a right over immigration. All right, 24 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More on this, but let's do some sports. Slickster's here. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. We're going to extend our promo one more week.
Nice.
If you buy anything at MyPillow this week, LFS6B, use the promo code, send us the receipt. You can pick a free shirt off of our website. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, we got to get caught up on the playoff action. NBA and NHL in action tonight, including the New York Knicks. We have the Capitals leading the Canadians 1-0. They're playing their first game of the playoffs, round one of the Eastern Conference. 13 to go there in the second. Washington lights the lamp first. We have the Jets and Blues, game 2 in Winnipeg, tied at 1-1. Good series there. Winnipeg leads 1-0 by virtue of their win Saturday. The Avalanche are taking on the Stars in a game 2. Colorado leads that series 1-0. That's a 9:30 p.m. puck drop down in Dallas, American Airlines Arena. Know it well. Kings and Oilers, 10 p.m. on the nightcap puck drop there. Right now, game 1, that will open up, and they'll play their first games in Los Angeles. And we got the Pistons right now and the Knicks getting it on. Pistons with a commanding 48-35 lead. Oh, check that, 48-37 in the Garden, game 2. Knicks winning 1-0, coming back on a 21-0 run in the fourth quarter to take that game. Well, they may need that again tonight because they're trailing by 11 with 4 to go in the second quarter early on there. Clippers taking on the Nuggets. That's also a game 2 in Denver. That series, Denver leads 1-0. That's a 10 p.m. tip-off there, and just those 2 games tonight in the NBA. Major League Baseball, Guardians right now leading the Yankees in Cleveland 6-2 at the end of 7. The Reds trail the Marlins 3-0 out in Seattle, bottom 6. Top 6, Tigers over the Padres 6-3 there. Mets blanking the Phils 2-0, top of the 5th in Citi Field. We have the Cardinals and Braves tied at 2 down in Atlanta, bottom 5. Top 2nd, no score, Blue Jays at the Astros. Earlier today, up in Boston, Fenway Park, the Red Sox down the White Sox 4-2 final. Brewers taking on the Giants, 9:45 first pitch out west tonight. And that's a wrap in sports. Big D, back.
All right, we'll do some more sports with Slick News with Paul Nolan and Rick Delgado when we get back right after this. Live from Studio 6B on a Monday.
Slick Rick.
the hour live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Slicks here is doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do the news. Paul Nolan's going to do the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. And you, the live from Studio 6B audience, welcome on in. Hope you had a great weekend, however you spent it. And, of course, if you're watching on social media, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, follow, comment, whatever you can do as we grow the socials. And make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com. We are extending our T-shirt giveaway this week. So for MyPillow and for Eternal Life Coin, both sponsors of the show, if you purchase anything at MyPillow and use LFS6B, or if you make a purchase over at eternallifecoin.com, those are absolutely beautiful. I was happy to see so many of them. I hope you got some of you who ordered it right away got it for Easter if you're giving it as gifts. It is an absolutely beautiful coin. You can get the free T-shirt from our store. Just send in the receipt. We got caught up on a whole bunch of them today. So if you do it this week, we're going to extend the sale for this week as well. So both places you can get a free shirt from our store. Whichever one you pick, just give us a size and color, and we'll get it right out. Slick's got some more sports since I cut him a little short there. So let's go back to him. Slick, what else is going on?
All right, Big D. Well, here's a sports story about a state whose leadership is mainly nuts. You'll see what I did there in a second. Maine Democrats want to amend state constitution to codify allowing trans athletes in girls' sports.
So when you said nuts, did you mean because of the trans? Never mind.
It. You got it. Breitbart Sports. Here we go. Maine Democrats want to amend the state constitution to permanently allow transgender identifying males to compete in female sports. Maine's Democrat House majority voted on Thursday to pass a bill that would codify the Maine Human Rights Act, MHRA, in the state's constitution. The proposed bill, LD 260, passed with a slim majority and will ultimately need two-thirds majority in both chambers before it can go before voters, Fox News reported. State officials have cited that the MHRA in their ongoing dispute with the Trump administration over its allowance of males in female sports and spaces. MHRA is the state's anti-discrimination law, and lawmakers added gender identity protections back in 2021.
Why don't they also add in there that maybe some of the Tren de Aragua that the court's saying that the president can't get rid of, maybe they can ref some of the games. Maybe they can hire them or work them in somehow, and they could all stay at their houses, all the legislators, in between the games or something. How's that sound?
That's nuts in itself. But honestly, Big D, what I hear from a lot of people is, why can't they just create their own league? Because nobody will show up, I know, but it'll look like these UFL games where nobody's there, right? But basically, why can't they just have their own league? They want to play sports. They want what's wrong with that?
Well, because I think that's capitulating to the delusion that they want us all to feed into.
I know. That's rhetorical.
You know what? They should just go out and play with men, but go out there in your dress.
I don't know. What
you
say, Rick?
No, we've talked about this before. If you want your own league, go take you and your 3 other friends and go have a basketball league. Good luck. See if anybody shows up. Probably not. And then, of course, you can disappear into obscurity again.
Yep.
That's all it is. They're trying to invade the normal stuff because they know standing alone, it's never going to fly, and people will look at them like they're lunatics, which they are. So that's why they want to try to integrate and make the normal people believe that this is normal when it's not. You have a mental problem. Seek help. There's doctors that can help you with this.
Right, but that's my point. Starting the league, isn't that giving in to somehow, somehow rubber stamping
if the market says they want to start their own league, if there's enough of them to create a league, start your own league.
If people really think that this is something, if the people in Maine really think this is something, start the Maine League for Trans. See how many people show up, because we all know the bottom line is money. If they can't get money from it, nobody's going to show up, nobody's going to sponsor it, and they're going to be out on their male ass dressed in their women's clothes.
The only way this is really going to end is if a bunch of guys who pretend that they're trans go into the league together and destroy the league and destroy their opponents, make a mockery of it, and just prove this to be the crazy lunacy that it is. Because this ain't going to stop.
Right. Yep, and it's also going on in Washington as well. Proposal to ban trans athletes in Washington State fails by 1 vote earlier today. So
what's wrong with these people?
And you know what else they need? They need, and I've started to see this pop up more and more, Gays Against Groomers, basically standing up against the trans community because they are starting to realize, I think it's taken a little bit of time for them to realize, hey, they're kind of taking over our stuff and we're looking bad. You hear a lot of these guys.
The gay movement, which people stopped caring in the 90s.
Right.
Yeah, late 90s.
Right, and then mid-2000s, it was like, whatever, do your thing. Just stay out of my face. Right. I don't want to see PDA anyway. I don't want to see public displays of affection between two, a husband and a wife of heterosexuals. Don't be making out. Do your thing, but do it in the privacy of your own home. I don't care. It's not my business.
Yeah, exactly. What happens in your bedroom happens in your bedroom. Then they start ramming it down your throat here. Next thing you know, they're normalizing a guy who dance around in a thong for a 4-year-old.
Right, exactly.
Psychopaths. They'll ruin everything. Like, the normal people are fed up with it.
And why do they do that? That's the good question, right? Why do they perform in front of kids?
Because it gets them off.
No. Because they're trying to normalize it for the kids. So when they grow up, they accept it to be normal when it's really not normal.
If a guy dresses like that and strips for kids, it's because it's his fetish.
But it's not even that, Paul. Look at what happens with...
it's absolutely that.
No. Look what happens with the trans...
I get the grooming part of it.
That read, we're going to do story hour. Why? They want to make it so it's so the little kids aren't afraid of them. So then when they grow up, they believe, well, this is normal. Anybody can do this, and these people are fine. Meanwhile, we know it's not fine. It's a problem, which is why...
Well, two things could be true at the exact same time. It's both of those things.
Yeah, definitely.
But in terms of why they're doing story hours, not because they want to... They're just doing story hours because they're trying to get the kids to accept this as normal, because that's how Hitler knew it. You get them when they're young. You get them to think a certain way, and all of a sudden you've got the Hitler Youth standing up, right?
Yeah. But I think that anytime... Go ahead, Slick.
No, I was just going to finish.
No, please, no.
Well, on that note, how about those Knicks? They just came back and cut it to within fourth half. And Big D, it's a wrap in many things, but in this case, sports.
All right, back 37 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news. And obviously, before we even get to the news, I'm sure Delgado's going to have this. We want to send, obviously, all prayers and thinking about the death of Pope Francis. Obviously, very, I guess... unexpected, given that Vice President J.D. Vance, we had just seen some video and pictures of them meeting over the Easter weekend. We knew the Pope had not felt well, had gotten really sick over the last month, but had a pretty extended,
a year, right?
Yeah, he had an extended hospital stay, but thought maybe he had gotten on the other side of it, the respiratory issues he was having. And then we saw the pictures of the Vice President with the Pope, obviously, and now, of course, for Catholics all around the world, obviously the search begins for a new pope, a new pope that we hope will obviously lead the church, guide the world with clarity, with courage, hope, and a deep tradition of respect and values. And I mean, some would argue that this Pope Francis's reign was semi-woke in some ways. Well, I'm trying to be nice, Paul.
He had 40 trans people bust into the Vatican.
Yeah.
He told anybody who doesn't want to take the vax, you're stupid. This is the Pope? It puts vaccine saves all over, crucifixes. I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
It's controversial, no question.
It was so woke. It was disgusting.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, so
I understand the president and the first lady are going to be attending the funeral.
Yes, I saw that's confirmed. It's going to be the president's first, I guess, first overseas
trip. Pope Benedict?
Yeah, it's true.
How conservative he was. He upheld good conservative Catholic and Christian values. I'm really concerned they're going to put someone even more woke in. But now I'm hearing they won't. But
I heard somebody from Africa, possibly. They're looking at Africa.
I saw that too. Yeah. So I don't know.
Be interesting.
I don't know.
It always is. We'll wait for the white smoke signals.
We'll use the word capitulate again, but I feel like I don't know.
It's changed a lot.
All right, 39 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do the news with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Speaking of the holiday weekend and Easter, I don't know if you caught any of the Easter festivities at the White House as Trump welcomed thousands to the White House for the annual Easter egg roll, hosted by him, the president, and First Lady Melania Trump. They welcomed thousands of people for the second term, their first Easter egg roll for the second term. The annual tradition dates back to the presidency of Rutherford B. Hayes, according to the White House, and save for war and food shortages, has been a mainstay on Pennsylvania Avenue since 1878. A lot of great pictures, a lot of great fun. It looked like I saw a lot of video on it. Some of the video that really got my attention, though, had to do with the president himself, not only sitting down coloring with kids and having fun like that, which the mainstream, the deep state media will never show you. But here he is as he comes over to say hello to some people and is joined by a special friend. Here is cut number 3, President Trump yesterday at the White House for the Easter egg roll. Cut 3.
You having a good time, everybody? Everybody having a good time?
Always today.
Do you remember the bunny with Joe Biden? Remember? Do you remember when the bunny took Joe Biden out? He's not taking Trump out. Anyway, that was a beautiful moment when the bunny saved Joe Biden.
And the trolling never ends.
The absolute best part of that video, I watched it 100 times today, is Melania.
Yes.
Melania's face and the genuine cracking up that she's doing at the president as he talks about Biden is the best part of that video by far.
Yeah, he is one of the funniest people in the world.
When you see them together like that, it dispels a lot of the she's cold to him.
Oh, yeah.
She's so graceful and elegant. She just knows how to be a lady in public.
She's amazing.
And now you see her in the casual atmosphere. It's really nice.
The left's not used to it. They don't know what ladies are.
Yeah,
they can't
exactly
identify
right. They can't identify them.
By the way, Paul, just to make you feel better, our own Ben Bergquam today, and I don't think where you were going. I know it's uncomfortable, maybe, or whatever. You kind of stopped. But our own Ben Bergquam today said, "Just got the news that Pope Francis has died. One request to my Catholic friends: could you please choose a pope this time that is less of an anti-Bible socialist? Side note, you don't need a pope or a priest to get your prayers to heaven. Jesus became our high priest when he was reresurrected. You can go straight to him. Pray for this generation." So that's our own Ben Bergquam today.
As a Christian, that's what I believe. I don't think I need a middmiddleman. Like, to me, hey, buddy, you want to...
I got a guy over there. He's going to get you some connections.
There's many strong feelings about Pope Francis's reign today that are coming out, but I think a lot of people are just focusing on, obviously, his passing, but a lot of people are focusing on a lot of this other stuff as well. So I don't think it's out of bounds to talk about it at all.
No, I guess you can have your strong feelings against this Pope, as many did. But still respect, I guess, the office of the Pope, right?
I mean, it's a gigantic, monolithic government. So, yeah.
Bishop Robert Barron today on Fox said, through Pope Francis passing, we have lost a spiritual father. There is reason for hope. Young people are returning to the church in mass.
It's true.
So, many strong feelings today. 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do. We're back right after this. Live from Studio 6B. Let's continue the news with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, just following up, of course, on the festivities at the White House for the Easter egg roll. I don't know if you saw this, but they also had a chance to see our Secretary of Defense, Mr. Pete Hegseth. He was there with his family. Here he is talking about some of the things that, of course, came out over the weekend. We know a couple of hit pieces came out from fired leakers who are not very happy that they're now unemployed. Here is cut number 5. Here's Secretary Hegseth talking about that. Cut 5.
What do you want to say, sir, about the signal chat controversy?
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. And on hoaxes, time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news media. This is why we're fighting slash and burn Democrats. This is why we're fighting hoaxsters. This group right here, full of hoaxsters that peddle anonymous sources from leakers with axes to grind, and then you put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know it, we know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard across the board, and I'm going to go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much. I have spoken to the president, and we are going to continue fighting on the same page all the way.
Yeah. There he is. Secretary Hegseth not having any of it from the deep state media, of course, calling out his former colleagues as he pointed them all out. The chaos, of course, they're writing stories like this, that the chaos inside the Pentagon continues, with Secretary Hegseth grappling with mounting instability within his leadership team. All of this coming as another story about a signal chat leak, of course, from unidentified sources up and down. Nobody will put their name to it. So he's kind of dead on in terms of what he describes as a slash and burn media. And then, of course, the media had to ask President Trump about this. Here he is, cut number 9, and hear what he has to say about Secretary Hegseth. This is cut 9. Check it out.
I mean, I hear they're doing that whole thing again. Here we go again. Just a waste of time. He is doing a great job. Because he's doing a great job. Ask the Houthis how he's doing. Ask the Houthis how much dysfunction they have. There's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think we've had in 28 years. No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. He was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
All right, so there you have the president sticking up for the secretary, who, again, is coming under immense pressure after 4 high-profile firings in weeks as the Pentagon, they say, according to this headline, turmoil deepens amid signal chat fiasco, Damon.
If you liked Pete Hegseth when he originally was picked, You have to love Pete Hegseth today after seeing this highly coordinated, dark, as Revolver News put it, I believe, something to the effect of dark campaign against him. And the Revolver News piece today is excellent, kind of going over this whole thing. But I hadn't heard that clip of President Trump talking about it, and it's good to hear it because there was all these reports today that, its time's coming to an end. And I think that would be an absolutely huge mistake for the president to make.
Well, it depends on who's saying it. Again, I said the same thing. Oh, his time is coming to an end. He can't last much longer. And it's like, about what? And it's like, another signal chat story. Oh, okay. Right. And then you look into it, it's like, this is all garbage. It's the same people that lied about everything else.
They said the same thing about Musk, that him and Trump, they tried to pit him against each other. President Musk, that didn't work. Then they tried to say that Musk was unhappy with that. It's all just them trying to create division inside the ranks.
Divide and conquer. That's what they're going for. Remember, it was 4 years of the walls are closing in on Trump.
Oh yeah,
that was the regular news line. And Damon, that's what I got for you.
All right, very good. Let's go to Paul Nolan. He's got some news as well. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I am well. The stock market took a beating again today, which is, again, not the end of the world. I mean, people, if you're a day trader, you know how to short things. And if you're a macro guy, you just sit, wait, and watch. So everyone stay calm, stay cool. And as the Houston sheriff would say, just chill out. Can
I just say one thing about that before you get into your news?
Yeah.
There's a 2026 generic congressional ballot polling trend out today by RMG Research that shows on the economy and the stock market and basically the congressional ballot right now for Congress. In January, the GOP was 51% to the Dems 44. They were +7. In March, they were 48, 46, +2. In April, the Dems are up 50, GOP 45, +5 for the Dems. It's a 12-point swing towards the Democrats. And when you dig into it, a lot of the consternation, a lot of the wearing out of patience is on just that, stock market and financial, how it affects their life, stock market, tariffs, things like that. So not that I believe this is, you have to believe where it's coming from, but I do believe if we do not get congressional Republicans to start showing up to work and figuring something out, these numbers are going to continue to bleed against us.
Yeah, without a doubt. I saw those numbers. A little disappointing. I saw that on Just the News today. John Solomon had that story earlier. So stocks fell sharply on Monday as Wall Street returned from a shortened trading week as President Trump renewed his criticism of Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, branding him as a major loser. The S&P fell 2.4%. Dow Jones went down 2.5% to 38,170, and the NASDAQ went down another 2.5% as well. Stocks fell as investors grapple with ongoing tariff uncertainty and the awaiting of the release of U.S. tech companies' earnings coming out this week. Global activity remained light ahead of heading into Monday as a good portion of the markets around the world, including Europe, along with Hong Kong and Australia, remained closed for Easter Monday. Outside of the stock market, the dollar index slid to its lowest level since 2022, weakening the currency's value, while gold reached another record high. Those movements, coupled with the rise of long-term treasury yields, signal investors are increasingly concerned about the safety of U.S. assets. So I'm not worried about this market one tiny bit. I'm giving out investment advice, but I'm just going to say, I think everything's going to work itself out. I like the way the charts look, and I'm fully bullish, going forward. So.
Okay. Anything else in the news, Paul?
We got 30 seconds, so I figured I would wrap it up here. We'll get it on the other side. I got some interesting stuff about the World Economic Forum and some clips I'd like to share.
Yeah, your boy. He's out. Off the board, huh?
Careful what you wish for. Remember when we wanted Mario Cuomo, Mr. Eat the Sausage? What do we get?
He's been referred to criminally to the Department of Justice, I believe, today.
Eat the sausage.
Yes, he has.
But your guy, Klaus Schwab, right? Gone? Off the board.
Klaus Schwab is gone, but that does not mean they are gone.
All right, quick hour 1, hour 2, live from Studio 6B, coming back right after this.
stay home.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Live from Studio 6B, Hour 2, Real America's Voice on a Monday, brand new week. Glad you're in. Hope you had a great weekend, everybody. And, of course, we always appreciate you giving us your attention 8 to 10 weekdays right here, Real America's Voice. If you're watching on socials, at LFS6B, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. And head over to livefromstudio6b.com. Make sure you become a member there. We have our brand new loyalty program, 6B Front Row, where you can I'm giving away points usually a couple times a week for those who are active in the chat. And, of course, the loyalty points add up to free merch over at livefromstudio6b.com. Again, if you're interested in coming to our May 2nd launch opening first show live with a live audience at the America First Warehouse, send us an email at lfs6b@yahoo.com if you want to get put on the or if you're just requesting tickets, let us know. lfs6b@yahoo.com. Send me an email. Aaron's making a list of everybody.
Great venue. Oh,
and it's going to be fun.
Great venue.
Yeah, it's got some great potential.
It's going to be fun. So,
especially, you know what? And what's funny is that, you know, I heard from a bunch of people and talked to my best friend over the weekend, and he said that was the best Friday night show we've done over at the warehouse. He thought it looked really good. He thought thought we all kind of. It said it looked really good and it flowed pretty good.
It was shot well. We had a couple of camera issues, but overall it was shot well.
We had people were mad because they saw the back of your head, but what they don't realize before they complain is that the camera that's supposed to be at you was not wide.
I know. We tried to. Aaron told me. I was trying to tell him, but they didn't want to hear it.
And we found that out about 10 minutes before we went on, so there's not much we could do. So
there.
And we had 6 people. Harry wanted to sit in. That's my mistake.
Harry,
we had.
The show got better in the second half.
Harry's got to go.
We love Harry. We love Harry.
Move Slick to the other side.
Harry, get off your.
Well, I got a bunch of great feedback on that set. So people enjoyed that.
Yeah. What is the seating capacity, Robert E. on X says, for the warehouse? Probably, I don't know, 500? 475
legally
is the number.
But we've been known to have a few
Slick's
extra.
looking to stuff them in there like 600, but that's
600.
I'd be happy with.
I'll be outside having steak sandwiches with them. I'll be out there watching the TV.
I'd be happy with 100 to 200 people there every Friday night.
Yep, and I'm going in the audience, Big D.
Because
right?
you're going to be right up there. I mean, we set this thing up so that you can be right up on us.
Yep, we're going to bring the audience up.
Yeah, it's going to be. Oh, come on, Slick. You're going to put your arm around Slick.
That's it.
So
we're going to have fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So, all right, 3 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Lots to do in hour 2. If I have some time, I want to get into the revolver. Again, there's a reason Pete Hegseth continues to be. It's not by accident. President Trump didn't pick him by accident. And there's a reason that he continues to be the target here, no pun intended, of everybody's and these fake news, slimy news people's articles claiming this and claiming. I saw just one in the last break. Breaking: Pete Hegseth is resigning, apparently. Who said that? Oh, I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Fake news.
Yeah, somebody I took a cab with said it's
right.
Doesn't matter their source.
Yeah, so we'll get into the revolver piece here in hour 2 if I have time, but let's get back to Paul Nolan with some news. He's got news. Slick's got sports. Delgado's got more news. Aaron and Fran holding it down on an hour 2 on a Monday. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, everybody's favorite villain, Klaus Schwab, has stepped down from his pet project to rule the world at the World Economic Forum. The 87-year-old has decided that he'll go kaput, and he's going to step down. And as of earlier today, we found out that he will be leaving. Best known for hosting the annual meeting of political business and elites at the Swiss Alpine town of Davos. The retiring chairman is more than a half century in after creating the Geneva-based think tank. Remember, he was a Kissinger guy. He was a Kissinger puppet. Henry. And if anyone thinks Kissinger was a good guy, you better start doing your homework. The forum quoted Schwab in a statement saying he's stepping down with immediate effect. Former Nestle chairman and CEO Peter Brabeck-Lemeth is unanimously selected as the interim chairman by the forum's board at the special meetings that was held on Sunday. The committee will now conduct a search. So if you guys don't remember our boy Klaus, can you roll that clip for me, Aaron?
At the same time, we are witnessing rapid technological advances with many opportunities, and with artificial intelligence rapidly transforming our production and our lives.
Mr. Bone.
And breakthroughs from the fourth industrial revolution provide new opportunities for global prosperity and growth.
Forget this guy.
All those factors will have.
So this guy, let's be honest, 50 years in the making. This thing has roots. This thing is deep. And if you don't think that they're going to go forward with their agenda and this monstrosity is just going to stop wanting to survive and thrive, you're wrong. Because give me the next clip of Hillel Harari, the lunatic who was his number 2 man, who's going to be part of appointing the psycho that he wants to speak for him. Go ahead.
Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds. but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds, the IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. And by this I mean that if you have enough data and you have enough computing power, you can understand people better than they understand themselves. And then you can manipulate them in ways which were previously impossible. You know, the whole idea that humans have this soul or spirit and they have free will, that's over. Now, how exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data.
Okay.
All right.
They're not going to give up their agenda.
Tell Mr. Bond we will go nowhere.
If you don't think AI and transhumanism is on the agenda of the uber elite, you're...
I mean, listen to what he said towards the end of that clip. Basically, the days of, having free will are over.
It's
making up your own mind. They don't want you to make up your own mind.
When your enemy tells you his plans, believe him.
Yeah.
So that's what I got for that story.
Tell Mr. Bond we own the data.
What? You know what? Another piece moved off the board, though, right?
Yeah, but they got so many. They got so many waiting in the wings.
Look, Klaus Schwab has been pushed out. He's been pushed out. He didn't step down. He got pushed out.
You think so?
Yeah.
They made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
Basically. Look what happened to Trudeau. He was a big WEF guy.
He bragged about him in the video. Oh, I bring these young leaders in and they buy little puppets.
Yeah. Yeah. He got pushed out. You're getting a lot of these types of people getting pushed out. I'm not saying it's a culling, but we don't know what's going on. Why is it happening? I don't know.
You think Klaus was pushed out of his own organization?
I think he eventually got pushed out. They're looking at him going, you know what? There's too much baggage here now. We need somebody younger who's ready for that next step. And they pushed him out.
I believe you. I think you might be right.
Much like who's the actor? Oh, what was the actor? There's an actor, they said, that was actually playing the Pope.
Hold on.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
The actor, Slick Rick. Tell Mr. Bond we want to know who the actor is.
Banchero.
Not Banchero. He plays for Orlando, you doofus.
Guy's 88. Well, I mean, how long is he going to hang out for if you don't think he's pushed out? Or what? I mean, why does there have to be some grand scheme behind it? I mean, this guy's 88 years old.
No, I know. But there was an actor. Who was he? Because I just saw it today on X, too. Jonathan Price. Look up Jonathan Price. There's a lot of stories about Jonathan Price looking just like the
I think he was in a Bond film, too.
He was a Bond villain, yes.
He was a Bond villain, right.
He was the guy who was taking over the TVs and stuff, right?
He was printing newspapers and headlines that would cause to happen.
Yes.
Wow. Which one was that?
And Price actually played the Pope in a movie.
Yeah.
Whoa. Wow, you're tying it all in today.
Wow. Is there any UFO news tonight we could get to?
None that I found.
Yeah,
None
really.
that I found.
He's beaming with enthusiasm.
Okay. All right, Paul, anything else?
No, we're good for now.
Okay. Very good. I was almost afraid to ask. Revolver news, Pete Hegseth. President Trump didn't choose Pete Hegseth by accident. He picked him because Hegseth gets it. He's not some slick D.C. ladder climber or Pentagon career bureaucrat trying to win over the elite cocktail circuit. That would be the Supreme Court Chief Justice, by the way. He's a warfighter who came home and never forgot that he served the American people. And more importantly, he's one of the only men in the swamp willing to gut the rot from the inside out. That's why he was chosen. And speaking of that, by the way, not to jump around from subject to subject, but it just kind of reminds me, I posted this today, and I thought it was kind of interesting because when you say he's the only one who's willing to rot out, and I'm not saying Kash is not, but I was reminded of this clip of Kash Patel on War Room saying the following.
Personnel is how you take on any corrupt apparatus in Washington, D.C., because they are the ones in Washington, D.C., these government gangsters, implementing these corrupt, weaponized system of justice, intelligence, and defense. And what you need is sweeping personnel changes in the leadership structures of the agencies that we've been talking about, Steve, for 10 years now? And we've given example after example. And what you have to do is, in my opinion, is take not one at a time, take them all at once. And with the Senate package.
Okay, we can just stop it there.
Yeah.
And my question is, why is he not taking his own advice? I posed this question on Twitter earlier today. Has he, in your opinion, taken his own advice right there in that first 35 seconds of that clip?
Who, Kash Patel?
Yeah.
We don't know what he's doing yet. And again, I reference back to the Bongino tweet, regarding saying just because you're not seeing anything happening just yet doesn't mean nothing is happening. So, you know what? We'll give them some more time. At least, because he's been, Patel's been talking about.
You can't take them one by one. You take them all at once. Has there been wholesale changes of leadership at the FBI?
There may have been. We just don't know. We don't know. These people we don't know their names. We only knew the one guy. Who was the one guy? Christopher Wray. That was the only guy. If you ask somebody about the FBI and in the last 3 years they say Christopher Wray, that's probably the only name that would come to mind. So we don't know who else has been removed or who else has been kind of hamstrung and kind of put off onto the sideline while they try and
you think they'd be able to keep wholesale changes at the FBI under wraps?
Probably.
13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. We'll do more news and sports coming up right after this. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let me talk to you about our friends at Tax Network USA. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse, with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years past. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. The good news, there's still time for Tax USA Network to help. Self-employed or business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track and doing it fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com, tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. Well, let's be honest, we're not getting any younger. If you want to look and feel your best, you need to check out Pure Health Research. They have over 45 premium health supplements designed to help with every health goal you have, whether it's boosting your energy, trimming belly fat, supporting healthy blood sugar, pumping your testosterone up, or even reducing swelling in your legs. Pure Health Research Supplement Store has you covered. Each formula is crafted with natural, non-GMO ingredients backed by clinical research and manufactured right here in the good old US of A. And here's the best part. Pure Health Research is offering you an exclusive 35% discount. Just go to purehealthresearch.com. Use coupon code 6B at checkout. They have a 365-day money-back guarantee, so there's zero risk in trying something new. Don't wait. Head over to purehealthresearch.com right now. Explore their 45 amazing supplements and save 35% before the deal ends with coupon code 6B. Don't miss this chance to feel your best. Pure Health Research, all one word, .com. purehealthresearch.com. Use coupon code 6B at checkout. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use at checkout. And if you do shop at MyPillow this week, send in your receipt that you get from them. And you can get a free T-shirt from our live from Studio6B.com store. Slick Rick, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, apparently Long Island was on the president's mind earlier today.
Sure was.
Yes,
buddy.
President Trump expresses support for Massapequa to keep Chiefs' name, logo, in Truth Social post. This is from News 12. Aaron, thank you for sharing that story with me. President Donald Trump expressed his support for the Massapequa school community fighting to keep the Chiefs' name and logo. Trump posted on Truth Social Media Monday saying, the school board and virtually everyone in the area are demanding the name be kept. It has become the school's identity, and what could be wrong with using the name Chief? I don't see the Kansas City Chiefs changing their name anytime soon. By copy of this truth, I am asking my highly capable Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, to fight for the people of Massapequa on this day in a very important issue. Long live the Massapequa Chiefs, in all caps. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman released a statement saying, thank you, President Trump, for supporting our culture, our history, our identity here in Nassau County with the Massapequa Chiefs, Wantagh Warriors, and others who praise and honor our Native American history. Big D, what do you think about that one, huh? Long Island getting a little shine today from the president. Yeah. That was nice. We have a lot of schools that obviously have these names, right? I mean, I went to Sachem, the Arrows.
Not only that, but it's the island. Long Island was, there's a lot of,
the whole island was
Indians.
Indians.
Indian tribes. We got a reservation out east.
Ronkonkoma, Massapequa.
Wantagh.
Yeah,
a lot. Yeah,
so
Montauk,
many.
Right. It's so many, right? Shinnecock. I mean, come on.
A lot of times you hear these names of these towns and you don't realize, those are actually, Indian names.
Should we change those names too? I mean, come on. It's getting ridiculous.
It's gotten ridiculous.
The nicknames, I mean, it's such a part of the team. I mean, the Connecticut, right? The Thunderbirds. They want to change their name to the Thunder Eagles or something. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Cleveland
Thunderbird. I mean, what is wrong with the word Thunderbird?
What's wrong with the word Indian? The Cleveland Indians.
I know.
All right, now you want me to capitulate? Because I like that word tonight. It's the word of the night. All right, Redskins. Okay, but I still don't agree with it.
I don't.
It all pays homage.
It's all
and
wokeism.
It keeps them in the memory of our history.
And not only that, you have the Indian people coming out wanting the Redskins name, put back.
It was like 90% of them.
Yeah.
Do you think it ever dawned on any of us in school that we were actually thinking, oh, like I went to the station Flaming Arrows, right? They deemed that.
That sounds
racist.
like a gay bar.
Yeah, well, tell that to that football team. But honestly,
then you change that name. Yeah,
change that one.
But certainly the Massapequa Chiefs, which is a classic, cool name. Massapequa, great school, Nassau County, of course, forever. Man, unbelievable. But I'm not going to tell you. All right, shifting gears, gentlemen. NBA legend Phil Jackson calls out NBA for games on sacred Easter Sunday. Simon Kent of Breitbart. This is a long fought story, right? Because the years that people have been against that. You got football games now on Christmas Day. NBA Hall of Fame head coach Phil Jackson is no fan of games played on Easter Sunday or any other day of sacred Christian worship. He posted to his X account for just the second time since 2018 to call out the league's decision to hold games on Easter Sunday, as well as the decision to host games on Christmas Day, which has become a marquee day for the sport, as the New York Post noted. Again, the NBA tests faith by playing multiple games on Christmas and Easter, sacred days, Jackson wrote. This is not the first time Jackson has seen fit to criticize the NBA. As Breitbart News reported in 2023, he said he has not watched the NBA since the league allowed players to put wanky political messaging on their jerseys during the 2020 season. During an appearance on the podcast Tetragrammaton with Rick Rubin, Jackson described the NBA's decision to turn itself into a BLM platform as catering to a certain audience while turning off people who just wanted to watch sports. They did something that was kind of wanky. They did a bubble down in Orlando, and all the teams that could qualify went down there and stayed down there, he said, and they had things on their back like justice. They made a funny little thing like justice just went to the basket and equal opportunity just knocked him down. So my grandkids thought that was pretty funny to play up those names, so I couldn't watch that. Jackson, of course, retired from coaching in 2016 after winning 11 championships, 5 with the Lakers and 6 with the Bulls.
That's a lot.
I think he carries some weight with what he says. Everybody's got their opinion about Phil Jackson, but he was one hell of a coach and a former New York Knick at that. All right, and that's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, 24 past the hour. We'll do some more sports with Slick before we wrap it up. Let's do some quick news here with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this, but a New Mexico judge has resigned after a man with alleged ties to Tren de Aragua gang was arrested in his residence. Cut number 2. Watch this as I read along. This is the New Mexico judge with this guy in his house, where you see the man hand the judge a rifle. The magistrate Judge Joel Cano of the state's Dona Ana County submitted his resignation March 3rd without providing an explanation. Well, it could be that this video came out. The person arrested has been identified as Christian Ortega Lopez, a 23-year-old illegal immigrant that was, of course, living in the home of the judge. Federal law enforcement has accused him of being connected to the Venezuelan gang, and court documents show Ortega Lopez lived in El Paso, Texas, before he met Cano's wife, Nancy Cano, while doing construction works for the judge and his wife at their home. And then, of course, he accepted her offer, waka waka, to stay at the guest house behind the family residence, so he could do more, work, hammering things at the house and, cleaning things up and, taking care of some construction, some things that needed to be fixed up.
Sounds like take the gun, leave the cannolis.
Right. So there you have it. This judge is now resigned.
All right, 26 past the hour. We'll do some more news with Delgado and Paul Nolan, some more sports with Slick before we wrap it up.
Here they come.
But when we get back, Jillian Barberie will join us from Done with Debt right after this. minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's doing the news. Paul Nolan's going to do some more news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down. We're going to speak to Jillian Barberie here in a little bit from Done with Debt as soon as we can get a hold of her. But right now, Paul Nolan's got a couple news stories. Let's try to tackle those while we have some time. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Well, 4 more Democratic lawmakers have traveled to El Salvador to advocate for the return of the accused MS-13 gang member and alleged wife-beater Kilmar Abrego Garcia, following the footsteps of Chris Van Hollen. Yasmin Ansari, Maxine Dexter, Maxwell Frost, and Robert Garcia, formerly an illegal immigrant himself, touched down in Latin America country on Monday to pressure the Trump administration to abide by a Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of Garcia.
They're going to pressure the Trump administration from there. Okay, got it.
Yeah, right. They just want to put all they want is ink. They just want to get some print, and that's all they care about. Referring to the Salvadorian national as Maryland man, despite having entered the country illegally over a decade ago, the statement from Ansari's office went on to say that House members will also advocate for other detainees who are being held without due process. The press release was noted that the latest El Salvador trip was not taxpayer-funded after the House Oversight Chairman James Comer refused to approve Garcia and Frost's request for a congressional delegation. So at least I didn't pay for it. And, let them be crazy on their own money.
Yeah, but we will end up paying,
of course,
if they get their way. What's amazing is that they keep going with this narrative of, he needs due process. He had due process. From what I hear, 17 times he stood in front of a judge and was in court, 2 of which got him deportation orders. And he also testified that he can't go back to El Salvador because he might be killed by a rival gang. What does that mean? Oh, that means you must be in a gang if you're worried about a rival gang.
Exactly.
The evidence is right there. It's just the news media spins it as such, and the Democrats spins it as such that they take away all the truth. It's again the lie by omission, right?
Really, because the tattoos on his knuckles weren't enough.
Right, the tattoos, the beating of his wife, the getting busted with other MS-13 gang members, because usually that's when I'm hanging out on the weekends and I'm not with you guys, I'm hanging out with the MS-13 guys.
I like to coyote humans on the weekends.
Oh, do you?
It's good business.
And it's probably a lot of fun.
Well, you never know what's going to come
up. Good, clean fun.
It's good.
Idiots.
I mean, see the video of him being pulled over with a car full of people?
Car full of people. With other, it's amazing. And you still have the Democrats, fighting for this guy. What's crazy, too, is now they're pivoting away from him, and they're going to due process. We need to go with the due process angle.
That's
you want to see that
buzzword? Yeah, let's let it roll.
Cut number 4. Here they are pivoting away from Garcia because he's the problem now, and they're going with due process.
All right, just
cut 4.
All right, hold that for a second. 30. Oh, okay. Go ahead. You can play the video.
Anybody who can't stand up for the Constitution and the right of due process doesn't deserve to lead.
Chris says Mr. Garcia's had no due process. He's been in front of 17 judges, some of them twice. Probably $5 million worth of legal fees, and he hadn't had to pay a dime. Unless you're next level obtuse, you know that Mr. Garcia is never coming back to the United States, ever.
Yeah.
I mean, the gaslighting, they're going to start telling us gaslighting is not a real word.
How about this? How about there's no process coming in? How about there's no process getting the hell out of here?
Right.
How about that? If the American people had no process to decide whether you should be here or not, how about there's no process of you getting the hell out of here? And it is, no matter how many times we see it, it is amazing to watch. These 4 Democrats down there now, Maxwell Frost from Florida.
Next level
down
illusion.
there. And this other one down there says she's not leaving till she leaves with him. Okay. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your stay.
Have fun.
Have a grand time.
Yep.
It's crazy. So.
I hope you don't overstay your
visa. It's a win-win. Right? She overstays a visa. She ends up in jail there.
All right, 34 past the hour. Please welcome to the show, representing Done with Debt, our friend Jillian Barberie. Jillian, how are you?
Always great to be part of the conversation, you guys. Oh, my goodness. We have so many problems here in our own country. So, when I think about what's happening across borders, I worry about our families right here trying to put food on the table and, going into debt over things that, no one's expending on extravagant things. They're just trying to pay for their families. And you get into debt. It happens very quickly. Don't stress out. I've been one of them. I was gainfully employed, and life happens. I got cancer, and I lost my job, and I got a divorce at the same time, all of the above. And so, when that happened, I wasn't prepared. I was always the person that just ran around and, I did the dog and pony show and hoped everybody else would pay my bills. Well, guess what? When you rely on other people to do that, it doesn't always happen the way you'd like. So what does Done With Debt do? Man, they came in when I was in a big pickle. And when I say pickle, it was like, good Lord. It was the biggest one you could imagine. They ran interference for me. They stopped all the nasty calls overnight and the letters. And they formed essentially my own team to help me get back on track. And what does that mean? Well, we started a plan, and that plan meant talking to the banking institutions, talking to the credit card companies, seeing what debt we could wipe out, seeing what ones we could put pennies on the dollar for, which ones we could pay on sand, which ones we're going to put a small percentage on, which ones, there are people that are willing to work with you as long, even the IRS, if you will just say to them, look, I'm here and I will work with you. And once that's done, you can breathe again, because debt isn't just financial, it's emotional, right? Like it takes a emotional toll, that's anxiety. And if some of you are watching right now, and a lot of you are like, easy street, life is good and good for you and God bless you. But so many of us are hanging on by a thread. And when life happens and you aren't prepared, Done With Debt is going to be there for you. So we set up a website. It's donewithdebt.com, and your first call is free. They'll give you a consultation, which is wonderful. They're amazing people. And if you don't have access to a website and you're like old school, like a lot of us are, you can just call 888-322-1054. 322-1054, and they will answer the phone and they'll just be there for you. It's Done With Debt. They will help you. They're the first step to getting back to financial freedom. However, time is not on your side, right? It's on the side of the credit card companies and all those people you're in trouble with. So just know that your first step is Done With Debt. Truly, they saved my life.
There you go. Donewithdebt.com. Go there now. Donewithdebt.com. Done With Debt, all one word.com. Jillian, great stuff. Always a pleasure. We always appreciate you giving us a few moments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, there you go. Jillian Barberie with Done With Debt. Again, donewithdebt.com, all one word, donewithdebt.com. If you're in that situation, as she lays out really perfectly, and you're just looking for that first step on how to even begin to tackle it, there you go, donewithdebt.com. Check them out. We were doing news with Paul Nolan. Mr. Nolan, you have anything else right now you want to cover?
There was something else. Forgive me. I
can come back.
Yeah, if you could wing back around, because I lost the Pew Research.
He's in a pickle right now.
38 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's go to Rick Delgado. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, I don't know if you heard about this. Of course, we saw Joe Biden do a little speech last week, which he roundly got destroyed for. Well, it's not just that. And it's not just the Biden family artwork, Damon, that's struggling to sell these days. Former President Joe Biden has attempted to bill, get this, $1,000 per speaking appearance.
What?
And guess what?
He's got zero of them.
To everybody's surprise, he's finding few takers.
Actually, few people ask for refunds.
The New York Post has learned that some of his own former aides say it's time for the 82-year-old to leave the spotlight for good. after reminiscing about colored kids last Tuesday in his first public appearance since leaving office. A source familiar with Biden's faltering speaking career said the 46th president's standard pitch is $300K, 25% below Barack Obama's asking price of $400K when he left office in 2017. It's unclear how negotiable Biden's rate is.
Yeah, because he's up. He's too expensive by about $299,999.
Yeah,
so let's hope he is flexible.
Right. If travel is required, a private jet and expenses for 5 staffers is also expected. So you gotta make sure that you pony up not only a plane but private expenses as well. He's since he left office, he is being represented by a creative arts agency who better get pretty creative if they think they're going to have they're going to be booking him for
all the people CAA booked him.
Yeah, they signed him. Yeah.
Of all the people you could spend $300,000 on to come speak, I mean, I don't know who would be worth that, but you would think completing the sentence would be like a key part of like maybe bringing somebody in, like they could actually link a subject and a predicate or a verb, they could actually complete the sentence, like speaker.
Right.
Like $300,000 on a guy who literally drools on himself. It's just, I mean, it's just crazy. that is bonkers.
As a matter of fact,
bonkers.
Podcaster Sam Fragoso went after Elizabeth Warren talking about Biden and his mental fitness. Here they are talking about it. Cut number 10, and watch as he calls her out on it. It's pretty freaking funny. Cut 10. Check this out.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
That's unique for her.
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't.
What?
At that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is...
Well, I mean, that just proves you how she'll lie right to your... I mean,
right to your face.
He was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Here you go.
Sharp as a bowling
And if you
ball.
remember, a lot of times Joe Biden didn't end up on his feet.
It's true.
He was breathing.
Ball.
The glass I saw got hot air on it.
He had a pulse
was breathing. He had a pulse.
We saw him one time wipe something off his chin and eat it. That was a lot of fun. So we knew he was, we knew he was with it.
He was making racist jokes right down the stretch. It was, he was really his old self.
Who was that host, by the way? What show was that?
His name is Sam Fragoso. He's a podcaster. Second source said they heard people close to Biden floating an even higher number as a speaking fee, despite the ex-commander-in-chief having a history of peddling glaring inaccuracies before his political career came to a crashing end when he delivered an incoherent debate that prompted a Democratic mutiny.
All right, more sports, a little more news to wrap it up with everybody on a Monday night live from Studio 6B. Studio 6B. I'm going to charge $300,000 to go speak because I got a crack team of people around me who are going to make the decisions for me, says Joe Biden. Here's Joe Biden's official. Paul Nolan just brought this to my account. I said, no, come on, stop it. Stop it. At Joe Biden on X, we wish everyone celebrating today a peaceful and joyful Easter. And they posted a Biden family photo. And here it is. And that's Joe Biden. Up there. And I wish I could get closer than this, but I can't seem to get closer because you could see Joe. They photoshopped old Joe into here. Wow. As he's in a full suit and tie. And everybody else is clearly.
I wonder what they took out.
And his left arm, as you can see here, goes straight down. And if you look to the. You look at the guy here on our right, Joe's left, there's a hand right here.
What, on the guy's shoulder, right?
A set of fingers on the guy's shoulder. But Joe's arm, you don't see his arm over here. God, I wish I could get close. I wish I could get closer, but I can't get closer in.
David, pull back out wide. Where did his legs go?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like they took the top half of Joe and just stuck him on the porch.
That's exactly what they did.
I think he fell through a hole in the deck.
Is he on especially on his knees?
Yeah. Who thinks? Who thought that they could get away with this? And people would
Chinese
think
in the dining room.
My question is, whose fingers are those?
That's what you get for $300,000 to speak,
right?
If I was rich, I would hire him to speak just so we could heckle him.
Well, yeah, maybe Elon will do that.
There's some guy's fingers over here, over this guy's shoulder.
Oh,
and Joe's arm right here, you can see it's clearly straight down.
That is too beautiful.
Oh, my God. That is too funny.
And he's the only one squinting.
What would possess them to think that someone was going to buy that?
Because nobody actually looks at this X account.
That's a good point.
38 million followers.
That's actually a really good point. But
none of them are live people.
Right, and 28 million of bots.
That is funny.
Oh, my God.
All right, let's do a little more from everybody. We'll see what we've missed. Paul Nolan, anything else on your radar?
Yes. I'm trying to grab it. There was a protester. He anti-Musk activist in South Carolina was charged with throwing a Molotov cocktail, and he burned himself within inches of his life. The hapless arsonist who tried to burn down a Tesla charging station in protest of Trump and Elon ended up setting himself on fire. The 24-year-old Daniel Clark Pounder burned down 3 EV chargers in South Carolina parking lot on Friday, and he scrolled F you know what, Trump, and long live Ukraine on the building. And witnesses said the suspect accidentally caught on fire, and when he was throwing the devices. He is in the hospital, and he's been badly hurt. So the level of irony here is just, you're taking gasoline and you're burning an electric car. And there's so much to unravel, and I wish him well, and I hope he has a speedy recovery.
Yes.
And I hope he does it again, and I'm just letting them say, it's just the stupidity. It's just so much fun. I'm sorry.
All right, 9 minutes to the hour. Slick, let's do a little more sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, LFS 6B. What else is going on?
All right, scoreboard, Big D, NHL action right now. Playoffs game 1, Capitals and Canadians in a good one. Tied at 2 with 30 seconds to go in regulation. Could be heading to OT there. Jets 2-1 over the Blues. 8 to go there in the third. Winnipeg leading that series 1-0. Avalanche and Stars coming up at 9:52. Puck drop down in Dallas, American Airlines. And then Oilers at Kings at the Crypto.com Arena, 10 p.m. puck drop there as well. The Knicks in the Garden in a good one right now. Just cut the lead to 8 there, 90-82. They trail the Pistons. They lead that series 1-0. This is game 2 in the Garden. So we'll see what happens with that. Just about 5.5 minutes to go. So plenty of time there for a Knick comeback. Clippers and Nuggets coming up at 10 p.m. And Major League Baseball, going to skip that because you know why? I ain't got enough time to get it all in. But I will tell you this. Here's a story you won't want to miss. Colin Kaepernick still training for NFL retirement, girlfriend says. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart, right night. That was worth missing the baseball score.
Are you serious?
Colin Kaepernick is 37 years old and hasn't been paid to play a game of organized competitive football since the end of the 2016 season. However, that doesn't mean he's given up. Nessa Diab, Kaepernick's longtime girlfriend, says that the NFL's original anthem protester is training all day, every day in hopes of getting a chance to work out for an NFL team. Nothing has changed, Diab told TMZ News. Yeah, he's not getting paid. It's all up to the teams if they let him play. Kaepernick has insisted the NFL owners conspired to blackball him from the league after he began kneeling in protest during the national anthem. I know this nonsense, but since then, Kaepernick has made his lack of employment in the NFL and his stated desire to play again the subject of annual media celebrations, and he's last worked out for an NFL squad in 2022. This is the 2025 season. The draft is Thursday night in Green Bay, and Colin Kaepernick, I don't think anybody's going to be knocking on your door. And that's a Rapid Sports Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Before we wrap with Delgado, if you want to know how absolutely insane the left is, by the way, you should. There's. I didn't want to really bring it up because it's such a ridiculous thing, but I'm seeing more and more of it tonight. So there are left accounts on X that are claiming that J.D. Vance is responsible for the Pope's death.
I know.
By visiting him.
Yeah.
That the Pope didn't want to visit with him, that he was deathly ill before, and J.D. Vance just showed up to get a photo op, and he's responsible for the Pope's death. That's what we're seeing on X.
Yeah, seeing it everywhere. It's crazy.
I mean, holy moly.
Yeah.
Delgado, what else is on your radar?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this, but it looks like Andrew the Sausage Cuomo could be having a problem in his run for mayor of New York City. His House Oversight Chairman James Comer referred the former Democratic New York governor Andrew Cuomo to the Justice Department for criminal prosecution after he allegedly made false statements to Congress. The false statements, of course, are in reference to the COVID-19 scandal. The referral accuses Cuomo purposely lying to Congress about his handling of the nursing home scandal during COVID-19 in his state. The former governor who led the state during the pandemic issued a mandate in 2020 that required nursing homes in the state to admit untested or possibly contagious patients. It allegedly resulted in deaths of over 15,000 people. This is coming from John Solomon's Just the News. The recommendation also comes after the House Select Committee on Coronavirus Pandemic sent a referral to the Justice Department over the same allegation last year. So Andrew Cuomo in a little bit of a problem here. Andrew Cuomo is a man with a history of corruption and deceit, they say here, now caught red-handed lying to Congress during the Select Subcommittee's investigation into the COVID-19 nursing home tragedy in New York. Cuomo said in a statement earlier today, he also said this wasn't a slip-up. It was a calculated cover-up by a man seeking to shield himself from responsibility for the devastating loss of life in New York's nursing homes. So
the other person who's found out in some news today would be the wife of Senator Bob Menendez. That would be Nadine Menendez, who was found guilty on all counts as well.
Yes.
And not only found guilty, but really was the one we're finding out now was basically the in-between setting up the deals for her crooked husband to take gold bars.
Mm-hmm.
So either, as this says on CBS reporting, in 2025, if you're taking gold bars, you're either a pirate or you're guilty. So...
Yeah, so she'll be joining her husband. I guess that crime family is now no longer able to do any. Yeah, no longer able to do any more crimes. So we'll see what happens with this Andrew Cuomo story.
Well,
what?
Well, I don't know. Part of me wants to say nothing, but I'm hoping that's not the case.
Well, we'll find out. Criminal referrals do not carry any legal weight, it says here, and is up to now Attorney General Pam Bondi, Paul, as to whether the DOJ prosecutes.
Do we have any Epstein? Do we have an Epstein update for you here?
Yeah.
Pam Bondi and things going on. We do. Okay, here it is.
It's Blankstein.
And that sums it up.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
That's a wrap for Monday night. We'll check back on the Epstein arrest Tuesday night right here live from Studio 6B. As always, we salute all emergency personnel. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, live from Studio 6B audience. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, 8 p.m. live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
SCOTUS is going to decide whether or not parents have the right to opt their kids out of LGBTQ2IA, all the different alphabet letters, curriculum in their public schools. Also, the libs are still ticked at Bill Maher over his dinner with President Trump, in which he said President Trump is a relatively cool guy that I disagree with. And lastly, a senator pays homage to a gangster, criminal, wife-beating illegal from El Salvador and MS-13 member. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for tuning in with us. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to our panel, the New York Times had an article that I had to bring to you because I didn't know people still thought this way. We all remember COVID, which I know is a ridiculous thing to say, but apparently several people have forgotten how much they lied to the American people, including the New York Times. If you remember, way back when, long time ago, and not that long after the COVID-19 pandemic spread across the country, Jon Stewart went on Stephen Colbert's show and sarcastically and snarkily said effectively, yes, COVID came from a lab. The area that they were studying bat coronaviruses, that's where it came from. And since then, pretty much everybody on our side of the aisle, but even people on the other side of the aisle, have said, yeah, we think that the lab leak is probably the most likely scenario. Now, Dr. Fauci obviously tried to cover that up, and so many scientists have come out and said, no, it's 100% the lab leak theory, including MI6 in Britain, the German intelligence, the CIA, and countless other countries and agencies have said, well, it came from a lab. Now, people who haven't said it comes from a lab is the WHO and China. Other than that, pretty much everyone is in agreement. So because of that, President Trump said that the White House page of information for COVID is going to say, yes, it came from a lab. And that prompted the New York Times to write an article saying, is this actually true? Is this misinformation? This is a legitimate sentence from the article that the New York Times published about President Trump saying the most clear and obvious correct thing. It says this, well, it says he changed the information on the government's website, in the pandemic's origin is so far not backed by direct evidence that has divided intelligence agencies. They also cited it as misleading and contested claims. Well, that's interesting in and of itself. What's also interesting is, well, they didn't need direct evidence when they were talking about the Russian collusion scandal that turned out to be false. They didn't need evidence when President Trump supposedly, which obviously didn't happen, called people suckers and losers to run with that story. And even though they had direct evidence of the Hunter Biden laptop, well, they didn't say anything about that, especially when it was actually happening. The bottom line is, for some reason, the New York Times needs hard evidence. And the only reason we don't have hard evidence is because China destroyed it all. So the problem now is that the lib media is effectively trying to hit President Trump for saying true things. What else is new? Here to comment on that and so much more is Pamela Jean Noble, actress, and Justine Brooks Murray. Both have middle names. Justine is a host for the Media Research Center. Two middle names and a guy who goes solely by his middle names. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having
us. Justine, I want to start with you here. I guess, again, I wasn't aware that there were people out there still saying, no, it didn't come from a lab. Even some hyper libs who really dislike President Trump have come out and said, yeah, this definitely was probably the most likely case. How is this still a thing that the libs are continuing to question?
Because it's an ideology. Leftism is an ideology that says truth is relative. So they created your truth and my truth. And well, this, of course, is just simply not allowed to be true. So they must keep beating the same worn out drum over and over again, no matter how many federal departments claim otherwise.
Yeah, Pamela, you've got a situation where the lib media doesn't need evidence if the story is damaging or potentially damaging to Trump or the Trump administration. And if they do have evidence, but it's damaging to their side, we're not going to report it. Again, i.e. Hunter Biden's laptop. Do you think they ever learn from this mistake? Because I think in the modern day, we have the internet. We have all of the receipts. We can see what you're doing. You're not gaining any new followers by just flat out lying to people.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the outlets are learning from it. I wouldn't say all. I think there's many that, said it's a conspiracy theory and they're still going off of that. But I think the evidence is stacking up against them. And, the Fauci narrative is a lot of people, obviously, over half of the nation doesn't believe it. And so I think some are just going full steam ahead and saying that, it still is what it is. And then there's other that are backtracking at this point saying we can't fool everybody.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous situation that we found ourselves in. Also, the Wall Street Journal had an article last week about whether or not we should hold Fauci accountable for giving money to the lab that pretty clearly leaked the Chinese bat fever. Speaking of libs doing crazy things, over the weekend, and we didn't film a show when this actually happened, so we're talking about it now. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland decided to go all the way down to El Salvador to visit an illegal criminal, probably domestic violence, wife-beating gangbanger who was also allegedly trafficking humans, because that's the hill that libs are going to die on. Justine, he did the meme. Everybody was making fun of it. We're just going to send libs down there and they're going to hold hands and have a romantic evening with this criminal gang member. And he actually did it. At some point, it feels like even making fun of them is losing its fervor, right? I don't know. What's going on here?
It seems like every day is another Babylon Bee article to come to life. They look like gay lovers embracing one another. this poor hostage, just an innocent Maryland man and father. This is what MSNBC and CNN have peddled. Actually, over 205 times they've used that phrase to describe him within the first 2 weeks of April. And I believe in all over 500 times. Who cares about the fact he may or may not have beaten his wife with a work boot, or that he's maybe a member of that MS-13, rape gang? Oh, no biggie. Just focus on the fact that, well, he is a father.
Yeah, a Maryland father. That's all he is. Pamela, so the interesting component of this right now is now the courts are saying, well, you got to facilitate his transfer back. But he's in the country illegally. Two, he's a citizen of El Salvador. And if El Salvador doesn't want to give him up, we're kind of in a bind here. Do you think that libs, especially after more and more and more is coming out about this particular individual, are going to stick to this? I think more Congress people are going down there. Is this going to be something that they're going to keep hammering, or are they finally going to go, yeah, maybe let's cut our losses?
I'm sure they're going to keep hammering it. They don't like to back off of a lot of things. This is peak Democrat. They're coddling criminals while ignoring victims like Rachel Warren. And, she was murdered in Van Hollen's own state. So I'm all about Christian value justice. I don't have sympathy for gangsters. And, his trip was not leadership. It's a disgrace. But that is what they like to do. They like to continue on with things that don't make sense to over half of us.
Yeah, taxpayer-funded disgrace, by the way. That flight was funded by the U.S. taxpayer, so there's also that. Speaking of libs kind of going off the rails, there was a big story that I'm sure all of you heard and everybody watching probably followed. Bill Maher, noted lib for a very, very long time, went and had dinner with President Trump, Kid Rock, Dana White, and a couple other people. He then came away with that experience going, President Trump seems actually like a much more normal guy than we all give him credit for. Now, while the libs could have taken that and gone, hey, maybe we should reform, instead, they doubled down. Larry David specifically, who is a guy I really like. I love the show Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm sure a bunch of people watching out there really like Seinfeld and Curb and all of the stuff that Larry David's done. But Larry David wrote an article in the New York Times, a fictitious article piece saying called Larry David, My Dinner with Adolf, in which he goes to describe his make-believe dinner with Adolf Hitler, obviously comparing Bill Maher's dinner with Trump to him dining with Hitler. Justine, it seems like libs aren't going to learn from calling President Trump Hitler, and the fact that they're doubling down, even after one of their own vaunted intellectuals, Bill Maher, went like, yeah, kind of a nice guy, they're still continuing to double down. What's going on there?
Well, Larry should know this from Jew to Jew here. Here's just a little bit of advice for Larry. He's a comedian, so he should know that material gets old really quickly. And this whole Nazi shtick, it's staler than a year-old bagel, okay? I think Larry's, in fact, I think his Judaism really extends to just like the level of a bagel or just a every once in a while occasional matzo ball soup. He's culturally Jewish, and he believes being Jewish means supporting all these lefty causes, calling Trump a Nazi because, well, that sounds really grave and serious, and we can use our ancestral trauma to, go after our political opponents. While at the same time, he seems to say nothing about Hamas raping and butchering women. Oh, that's okay. If Hamas, God forbid, picked up his family members, he would probably just go, well, we oppressed them because, we're white and Jewish.
Yeah, it is a ridiculous thing to say. And also, too, him specifically, again, this is coming from a Larry David fan. If you remember when President Trump hosted SNL, Pamela, 2016, Larry David was in the audience making a joke with Hitler, apparently. You think he regrets that decision? If you don't know the clip, he yells, "Trump's a racist." I don't know. They gave me $500 and they told me to say this. Making a joke. Do you think he regrets that decision?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, let's be real. This is the theme so far of this entire show. They don't regret a lot of things. And I think it's just going to be one of those things that the next 4 years, we're going to hear the same talking points over and over and over again. And I don't know how at this point they haven't gotten after this last election that maybe you should just say some things are good and disagree with others, because it might just be another clean sweep in 3 years now at this point.
That's where I'm kind of like, let's let them continue saying the crazy things so long as it enables us to continue winning. Pamela, Justine, thanks so much. We'll be right back after the break to discuss whether or not parents have the right to opt their kids out of LGBTQ2 plus IA stuff. We'll also check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. And also tomorrow night, Charlie Kirk and yours truly will be in College Station at Texas A&M. If you're in the area, would love to see you, and we'll also be airing that here on Turning Point tonight. We'll be right back after the break to discuss a bunch more of the news of the day. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy massage system and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. It is time to check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent at the White House. Monica, thanks so much for joining us. Hope you had a relaxing and restful and eventful Easter weekend. You know, before we get into anything super specific, word on the street is that you have a new relationship coach, and we'd like to hear a message from that relationship clip. Go ahead and play that clip one. Monica can react.
Good to see you, sir. How are you? This is my beautiful fiance.
Nice to meet you, Mr. President.
Any advice for the new? Make sure you like each other. don't get me.
Thank you. Yes, he is.
You know, Monica, finding a good relationship coach can sometimes be difficult. This one seems to be very, very poignant. Can you talk about what happened there and overall this morning at the White House?
Yeah, President Trump just goes to show he can do it all. I mean, he's not only the commander in chief, but he's also the commander in relationship and marriage counseling as well, which we're very lucky to have somebody like him to be coaching and guiding us through this new chapter of our lives together. A very, very, very exciting moment this morning. The president was going through multiple different media outlets, going through different crowds of people, and we chose the best spot in the House, clearly, where he came around the corner, getting ready to go back into the Oval Office, and passed by myself, Daniel Baldwin from One American News, and Brian Glenn of Real America's Voice. And we all said hello to the president, happy Easter. And he gave us a little bit of relationship advice and says, make sure you like each other, which no truer words could have ever been spoken. But it was definitely a very interesting and fun morning, of course.
That's so much fun. The president also gave some remarks at the Easter egg roll talking about the importance of religion in the country. Can you kind of speak to what he was talking about, kind of what the overall theme was and the feel of the event was?
Yeah, so this morning, of course, the Easter egg roll underway, but also really paying tribute to Pope Francis, who passed away early this morning, and of course, paying tribute to him and offering his condolences and thoughts and well wishes to both the Catholic and Christian communities who are currently mourning this loss. Of course, you know, the Vatican is going to go through this 9-day mourning phase following the death of the Pope, but he really wanted to kind of bring religion back home, here at home, and really give this message of what Easter is truly all about, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and really highlighting the fact that we are bringing religion and faith and Jesus back into our country, something that many people say have been lost over the last 4 years under the Biden administration. As we know, one of the most consequential actions from the Biden administration around this time last year was declaring Easter as Trans Day of Visibility. That was something that many Christians and Catholics took offense to, including myself. So this move this morning where the president said, let's lower the flags to half-mast to honor Pope Francis and the Christian Catholic communities. Let's honor Jesus Christ and let's honor our religion. And, you know, this is a time for Christians and Catholics to really celebrate and come together during this time of year. Of course, we know the president also installed a faith wing, faith office here at the White House. That's another huge action where the president is showing his alliance to this faith and to this nation, which was a huge step under this administration in this presidency. So it was a very, very positive message this morning to all of us here at the White House and throughout the rest of the country.
Yeah, it is great to see the White House returning to normalcy and also just religion as a whole. Again, Christianity, obviously, but as a whole, President Trump said this is what we're getting back to. Way better than Trans Day Visibility, which, by the way, I never understood. I can always see them. They stick out like sore thumbs. I don't have a problem with them being visible. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much, Jobob.
Thank you. Libs are facing yet another challenge, which I don't know, I guess is kind of a normal thing mentally for them waking up in the morning. But the Supreme Court has decided to take up a case on what conservatives have long sought is an ability and a right that we have. Can parents opt their kids out of LGBTQ2 plus all the alphabet letters lessons in school? A Maryland county, Montgomery County, says, well, no, they can't. And we also can't warn them when it's happening because then they'll pull their kids out of school. And if you know how schools are funded, if kids don't show up to school, they don't get the funding. And if they don't get the funding, oh no, they might have to readjust how they spend their money. But the bottom line is the Supreme Court is finally taking a look at this, whether or not parents of all backgrounds, by the way, you've got Jewish parents, Christian parents, Muslim parents, a lot of conservative parents saying, yeah, we don't want our kids to learn this. Do they have the right? Let's bring our panel back in. Justine and Pamela are here to talk with us. Justine, I want to start with you first here. The parents in this situation are saying, hey, look, we're paying tax money to send our kids to this school. We should have a say. We should be involved. And the school is effectively saying, no, you have no say in what your kids are learning. We are going to ram this stuff down their throats, and there's nothing you can do about it. How do you think this plays out in the Supreme Court?
It's age old with leftist ideology, basically saying that parents do not have the right to their own kids. Parents shouldn't have rights at all. Your kids are wards of the state. And what the Supreme Court has the right to do is they have the right to decide that if taxpayer money's involved in this, you can't steal people's money. You can't force people to pay taxes for an agenda, for an ideology, especially something so disgusting. I reported on a story recently, Libs of TikTok covered this, where a dad confronted a teacher because she claimed that kids must read this book about butt plugs in school. I'm not even kidding you. And I believe this was a public school. So you're going to pay taxpayer dollars so your kids can learn smut? It's sick. There's no other words to describe it other than I feel like we live in the twilight zone, that this is even a case that we need to discuss.
Yeah, there's so many of those out there nowadays of just like, why is this a thing that we're talking about seriously? Because this is so ridiculous that this should be just understood in our society. Pamela, the school board says they just simply cannot accommodate for parents who want to opt their kids out. You know, sending a pamphlet home of the calendar days of saying, hey, we're going to be teaching this day to let the parents know. They just can't accommodate. Now, if you come to this country illegally and don't speak the language, we will bend over backwards to accommodate for that student, but we can't for religious people who say, hey, we don't want this. Your thoughts?
Well, obviously I have very strong thoughts being a parent and a Christian parent at that. But they can keep saying they can accommodate it. All that's going to happen is another 2020, sweep. I'm a homeschool mom. I homeschool my 4-year-old who's about to be 5. And I have a second who is not at that age yet, but she will be homeschooled as well. And parents are just going to say, well, if I can get given money to homeschool my kids, then that's where I'm going to go, because a lot of the states are switching things at this point. That's where we are in our state of Arizona. We get given a scholarship fund where we can choose to use that money however we want and actually have them learn more instead of about sex positions. So, and how to, change your gender. So I think that more parents are just going to see what homeschool gives. And, for the money that they give, sometimes you can even hire a tutor for that. So it's not even about parents not having the time, but they're out of their mind if they think that the person who birthed the child doesn't have say-so in what goes on and can't accommodate to know what's going on in the classroom. Because if you don't have the time, then you don't need to be teaching and you don't need to be putting out, calendars of events if that's what your priority is.
Oh, 100%. And I also think, too, if you don't have the right to opt out, okay, so if I have to make my kid go through all that sort of stuff, or sorry, if I don't have the option, I'm forced to be paid property taxes, which funds schools. So I feel like, if you're going to force me to pay one thing, I should have the choice in what those property tax dollars are doing. Wild. We will see how the Supreme Court acts on that when it kind of comes around to them making their decisions. Speaking of people making some decisions, the Dems en masse have made their decision. We do not want Joe Biden in the public eye anymore. Dems are furious, according to Jill Biden's ex-comm director, that the Democrat Party does not want to see Joe Biden out in public. He's been posting on Instagram lately. Now, this is after a big lull, after he left the White House. Didn't hear much from him, but last week he gave his first big speech, and now he's all over the internet. Justine, how mad do you think Dems are thinking this guy's not benefiting any of us?
Frankly, I think they're using grandpa as a scapegoat. This sounds like every screwed up family's dynamic where they always blame everyone on like the drunk, decrepit grandpa or grandma who's not all there. The real problem is that the left has gone so far left. Their leftism is mainstream. They're advocating for violence. They're actually saying violence is a proper means to get what they want. And meanwhile, they're pinning all these things on the former president when they used him as a puppet. And of course, I believe that he's become as radically leftist as they are. But they used him as a puppet, and now that they don't want to take accountability for their own failings, they're just going to toss him aside, throw him around, and say it's that guy's fault.
Yeah, that's seems to be what they're doing. Pamela, considering the fact that Dems really, really don't want President Biden in the public eye for political purposes, should we start asking Joe Biden to speak more in order to put them in another gymnastics pretzel of trying to get out of it themselves?
I mean, most likely that would be probably a very good plan for us. I mean, invite him out to a couple more things with somebody wearing a Trump hat and have that person ask him if they can put the Trump hat on while he smiles with ice cream. I mean, I think this is all very smart publicity things that we could be using to our advantage. But like, this is what happens when you prioritize power over principle. I'm not shocked that they're all of a sudden, have everything super wound up because, he's dragging their brand when all they did for years was basically push him on us. And, they made their bed and now they can lie in it.
Yeah, to any of you Dems out there listening, don't silence this man. He needs to speak. Also, President Biden, in case you're watching, first of all, thanks for watching Turning Point tonight. You have a standing and open invitation to come on anytime you want. We will happily talk to you so that other people can hear you. Justine, Pamela, thank you guys so much for joining us. Really appreciate having you.
Great to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next on Turning Point tonight, a clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues. He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry.
We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Do you feel like cancer is totally based on lifestyle choices and environment, or is there a genetic component to cancer?
So there's only a really small percentage of genetic components of cancer. And I think the reality is that our healthcare system and mainstream everything leads you to believe that you have the genetics and you're doomed. But the reality is there are so many more contributing factors to cancer than genetics, and we shouldn't live in fear. And also, when I was digging into all of this and looking at genetics have nothing to do with my type of cancer. And I think that a lot of people live in fear, like my mom had it and I'm going to have this. But the reality is, if we want to get nerdy, it's called epigenetics. And we have the ability to affect the expression of our gene through the way that we live. We can turn on and turn off genes.
Here's what's weird. So my dad's dad died of glioblastoma. My dad now has glioblastoma at 56. So his doctors are all telling my brother and I that we have to go do a bunch of special testing to see if we have some likelihood of also getting brain cancer. So when my dad first got diagnosed with this in January of 2024, I was freaking out about that. Like, what test do I need to get? What is this thing? So how do you explain that when there's like, you see this direct line of like grandparent has it, parent has it. So is it like our genes have a likelihood for something? We're like predisposed for something, but we can alter that with our diet and lifestyle?
Yes, there are certain genetics that make you more susceptible. So in that case, it's like, yeah, this was a double genetic thing. But then in that case, I'm also like, where did they live? Were they around power plants? What were you around? Were you, parasites? There's a huge link between parasites and brain cancer. And this is not just the holistic world. You can go on PubMed. And in fact, there's a certain parasite that you can find in your blood that I'm positive for that is linked to gliomas in middle-aged people. That's my story to a T. You can go Google this on the internet. This is not censored. And so parasites, there's a huge link to parasites. So if people grow up I'm not saying we live in fear of parasites, right? We should live outside, be bare feet, do all the things, live normal lives.
That's a question I get from moms all the time is like, what about parasites? Should I let my kids really be barefoot outside?
Well, we deworm in our family. And
okay,
that's not a popular
No one
opinion.
on the show has talked about how to detox from parasites, do parasite cleanse really in depth, and no one has talked about deworming.
Yeah, well, let's talk about it because a lot of other cultures do it. And most people say like, oh, parasites are only a thing in Africa. Well, I mean, yes, it is prevalent there, right? And dirty water and contaminated water in third world countries. However, we deworm our pets in America. Every other country deworms. Why aren't we doing this for ourselves? Because we know that parasitic infections lead to disease, just like everything else in our country. So why aren't we doing that? So I say, and honestly, I thought it was a little bit overkill in the health community until I was in the cancer world. And now when you know better, you do better. And I know that it's a huge contributing factor suppressing the immune system, specifically linked to brain cancer. So now I do that. And now our family, we're just doing it, twice a year. So we use herbs. I help guide people through that in my community, my online community, because a lot of people are blind and they're overwhelmed. And how do I do it? There are prescriptions, but there are natural herbs you can do at home. And so just twice a year, you do 10 days at a time. You can do it around a full moon where they're more active. I know this sounds woo-woo.
Yeah. Is it true that the worms get crazy in the full moon?
The creepy crawlers come out. It's true. Yes. And it has all sorts. I don't want to get into the science of it, but there's serotonin receptors, the way that the moon affects, our hormones and things like that. They are more active.
Is there a connection between nightmares and parasites?
Yeah, there can be.
Really?
I'm not going to be the person that says parasites are the cause for everything. It's always different contributing factors, but it can be a huge reason for grinding teeth. I always tell people if they have a lot of symptoms around the full moon, whatever it is, increased
You might
anxiety,
be turning into a werewolf. Just kidding.
increased anxiety, teeth grinding, things like that. Press into that. Consider a parasite cleanse. It's not harmful. I mean, obviously consult your provider. This is not medical advice. But yeah, there's certain cleanses you can do out there and just get it online and be guided.
What were some of the wildest holistic cancer treatments that you did?
Gosh, I can't think of the wildest, but I will say there were so many moments in the cancer journey that I went on that I'm like, where am I and what in the world is happening? Like I'm crossing the street in Mexico playing like Mexican Frogger to get to this clinic to just do this full day of therapies. I've been in like rooms with people and they're like, let me do this little therapy. I drove to this woman's house and did this therapy, this frequency therapy that's like on a ranch 2 hours away from me. I mean, I have gone to the ends
Acupuncture?
Oh no, that's totally normal. I do that all the time.
Okay.
It's this frequency machine. And I'm like, where am I and what am I doing? But you do coffee enemas, you do rectal ozone. I took a lot of prescriptions. I did herbs.
Why should we be doing coffee enemas? I want to be radicalized.
So they're really good. They're a powerhouse for detoxing. And so what it does is to get into the science of it, it stimulates the body's natural production of glutathione, which is the body's most powerful antioxidant. It helps decrease inflammation, helps detox, helps boost the immune system. So when you give the coffee up the rectum to the portal vein, the way it's absorbed through the liver, it's just one of the most amazing. And it's been around for years. That's why a lot of this stuff, it does seem woo-woo, but when you look back, it's like before there was the advancement of a bunch of pharmaceuticals and a lot of treatments, this is what people did.
In your opinion, what is traditional medicine getting wrong when it comes to the treatment of cancer?
They are just looking at it as a problem to attack. So, people say, okay, they only do surgery. They only have a few tools in their tool belt. So they do surgery, chemo, radiation, sometimes immunotherapy or gene blockers. But the reality is it's so much more. No one's asking the why question. They're not saying, why did this cancer occur? And what could have caused the immune system to go rogue in the first place? Because the reality is the way that God made our immune systems, we at any given point in time, everybody in this room right now has circulating tumor cells. And our immune system goes and takes care of that. And it's just the way that we're made, right? But it's when the immune cells start going rogue and the immune system is suppressed, it can't keep up, it can't attack those cells, and then it turns into a full tumor. But most traditional oncologists, all they're going to do is focused on chemo radiation, which can make you sick. And there are times and places. That's where I'm not anti-conventional treatments. I think you have to look at the person, you have to look at their body, you have to look at labs, you have to ask the why question, and you have to treat them as an individual. You can't just say, you have this type of cancer, this means you do this, this, and this. And honestly, you have to look at the outcomes. And I think the biggest thing that they're getting wrong is even when people make it to no evidence of disease or they're cancer-free, no one is doing anything to prevent it from coming back. And the reality is if you don't get to the root cause of why it occurred in the first place, there's a huge likelihood of it coming back. That's why you hear like they were in remission and then this happened. And I'm not trying to be negative. It's just the reality of our world.
How long after being diagnosed did you find out that you were cancer-free?
Technically, we shrunk the brain tumor in half within those 5 months, which is really hard to do. And there are some times that I'm like, I wish I just ate Whataburger and just like drank Coke all day and could just say, glory to God, which glory to God at the end of the day. Like it really is God that did it all and all glory to him. But I kind of am like, dang, I wish I just did that. And it was just this crazy miracle, which it is, but he's using my story to show that there's more and you can do the integrative holistic approach. But so in 5 months, we shrunk it. And then technically I was deemed cancer-free after surgery because they got the rest of it out. So I have no evidence of disease right now, but I still get monitored every year. Every 3 months you do MRIs, then you graduate to 6 months. So technically I'm still in a gray window of it coming back. But that's where I'm not just sitting and I do live my life and I live my life like I'm healed and I have fun and I travel, but I'm also doing a lot of protocols to prevent recurrence and to make sure that those abnormal cells don't come back.
If somebody can afford it, because I know it costs a fortune. If somebody can afford it, do you recommend those full body scans?
Yes. I mean, it saved my life. It's one of those things where some people say like, if it's not broken, don't fix it or don't go looking for a problem. I get that and I hear that. But I'm also like, how can you not look at my story and say, praise God? We found it before she had a seizure or before it was too late and it infiltrated more brain tissue. And then I had complications. So in my situation, I'm like forever an advocate of it. In a perfect world, I wish insurance would cover it. They would save money long term. They'd early detection of not just cancer, but aneurysms, all sorts of other things.
What is the best diet for somebody who has been diagnosed with brain cancer?
For sure, ketogenic diet. And again, everything has to be personalized, work with a provider. And I'm not saying like, you're just eating T-bone steaks and cottage cheese keto. Like that's like dirty keto, more clean keto. That's what people call it. And so it's more really, really high healthy fats and you're starving glucose, you're starving sugar to the cancer tumor, which loves it. Cancer loves sugar, so it eats it up like Pac-Man. And so when you cut off its main food source, you're cutting off its blood supply, which is what you want to do. So ketosis is the best. And there's a lot of controversy in the cancer world of should you go vegan, vegetarian, keto? But the way that I did it is I did like 80% of my diet was fat, avocado, olive oil, nuts. Like I would just take olive oil shots.
I have been thinking about starting to do that. in general, squeeze a little lemon in it in the morning and do an olive oil shot.
I love it.
Okay. I was
Why
thinking
not?
about doing that recently. I saw somebody online was doing that. I was like, oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of people say, oh, well, fat makes you fat. And it's like, no, actually, when everything was low fat in the early 90s or whenever it was, you remember that, right? Everything was low fat, 100 calorie. They actually replaced that with inflammatory oils and sugar. And so it's not fat that makes people fat. Fat has been around for a long time when it's good quality.
Fat is like the best thing for your brain health.
Yes, for your hormones, for your brain, for your skin, like tallow, butter, avocado.
And we need cholesterol. It's like our body runs on cholesterol.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that's another thing that we were told was a bad word, was fat, cholesterol, which couldn't be further from the truth. I need to do a whole episode on just cholesterol, honestly.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Jobob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Remember, you can always email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. We accept all emails from across the political spectrum. And we got some fun ones last week. We won't get into them right now because we've got a lot to catch up on. But again, email tpt@tpusa.com. We love hearing from you. Glenn painstakingly reads not even every word, every letter of every single email, tpt@tpusa.com. And if your email is great and awesome or disgusting and terrible, chances are we'll read it on the show. So tpt@tpusa.com. Also, Turning Point events coming up in the next couple months. Young Women's Leadership Summit is happening in Dallas, Texas from June 13th through the 15th. Now, there's a key word in that title of that conference is young women's. So half of you can't can't go. We don't do any of the, I have long hair and like to wear dresses so I can go. Nope, you can't unless you are a biological woman, not some dude pretending to be one. So that is in Dallas, June 13th through the 15th. Also, Student Action Summit is in Tampa, Florida, July 11th through the 13th. Go to tpusa.com to find out more information on any of those fantastic events. Yours truly will be not at the Young Women's one, because as you can tell, clearly not a woman. But I will be at the Student Action Summit, and you can say hi, say hello, shake hands, and do some, I don't know, some chatting about the way of the world as it currently is. Those events are awesome. Also, tomorrow night, Turning Point Tonight will be live from, where are we? College Station, Texas, at Texas A&M University. Charlie Kirk is giving a speech, the American Comeback Tour. Myself also will be there. I will be there, yours truly. We'll see. Last time we did take my section, and I made a joke, and I thought it was hilarious, and it kind of worked. So maybe the joke and intro tomorrow will be better, but that is tomorrow night, same time, same place here, Turning Point Tonight. But also, if you're in the College Station area, geez, tickets are tough to come by nowadays. Get in line early if you have any, but we'd love to see you out at Texas tomorrow. Without further ado, it is MAGA Monday. So let's get to this first clip that I just thought it was hilarious and so... I'm not dating anymore, thankfully. I'm off the dating scene, but I do meet new people every now and then in the community, church, anywhere, just in general, outside of the political context. And this sort of thing, again, not in the dating context for me, but this sort of thing happens to me, and I'm sure it somewhat happens to you. I'd like to stop it from happening. I'd like to assume things more or less nowadays, but watch this clip. I thought it was hilarious, and we'll discuss.
So, do you like barbecue?
Yeah, I love barbecue. Do you?
Sure do. So, have you ever driven an electric car?
Nope. They're terrible. Unless, what college did you go to?
Liberty University. What about you?
South Alabama. So, Team Blake or Justin? How much is
Team Justin. Did you get vaccinated in 2020?
No. Did you? What's your opinion on the border?
I love immigration. I think we need immigrants in our country, you know? Legal immigrants.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes. Are you?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of us have been there where you're kind of like tiptoeing around, like, I don't know how this person thinks about things. And you're kind of just like, and then you ask the right question and then you're like, boom, there it is. Got it. Now we're going to get along great. Having said that, I don't like having to tiptoe around. And I've done this from a church standpoint. I assume that people also would agree with me. In other words, I don't ask what church people go to. Sorry, I don't ask if people go to church. I instead ask, what church do you guys go to? Assuming that they do and put them on the defense of like, oh, shoot, and then have to either think of one or, you know, maybe they are members of a church somewhere. But I would love to get that way in the Trump world too. We're like, yeah, we assume that everybody, you know, thinks in a truth-centered manner. Let's leave that at that. Shoot, we have too many. I rambled on too much. Let's actually play clip 3 because I think that this is a funny one. Watch this. It's not that long and we'll react briefly.
Everyone thinks like, oh, F girls are but like I'm a virgin.
I know.
Like,
do you collab with guys though?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, so then how are you a virgin?
Because it's for work. I'm filming. It's like it's kind of like a tax write-off. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Like I've lost track of that. I don't think I can count.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. So
yeah,
you're a virgin.
but I'm a virgin.
Okay. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how that works. Interestingly enough, it's like if I was a food reviewer, food critic, and I say, well, none of the pizza slices that I ate on work hours count towards my caloric intake. I'd be 900 pounds, but I would identify as very, very slim. Anyways, that's going to do it for us at Turning Point tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Different place, same time. God bless America.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
They're not attacking Pete Hegseth because he's failing. They're attacking Pete Hegseth because he's succeeding. Here's what they won't talk about. You see, it's not that Pete Hegseth is a disaster of a Secretary of Defense. Quite the opposite. He's already succeeding in the metrics that matter most from building a lethal fighting force. And we must ask the question throughout, cui bono? We ask this question a lot. Who benefits from attacking Pete Hegseth? You see, it's not that the military is falling apart like it was under Joe Biden. The numbers are remarkable. First, recruiting is up. After historic lows in 2022 and 2023, the Army and the Marine Corps recruiting have rebounded. In fiscal year 2024, quarter one, the Army reported a 10% increase in new enlistments year over year. The Marine Corps hit 100% of its recruiting goals. So when Joe Biden was president and Lloyd Austin was running things, military recruitment was down. But interestingly, almost no one ever attacked them. And just to be clear, Lloyd Austin did something infinitely more inexcusable than Pete Hegseth when he was hospitalized without telling anybody, and the chain of command of our military was largely broken because of Lloyd Austin's decision to go get, I think it was like a prostate surgery or something, without telling anybody. Morale is up. A recent Rand Corporation survey shows a 15-point jump in troop satisfaction compared to 2021, particularly among combat units. It's interesting how morale goes up when you say that we're going to have the same physical fitness standards for men and women. We're going to get rid of the woke stuff. We're also not going to allow transgender people in the military. And all of a sudden, boom, morale goes up. Has the media mentioned any of this? Or is it just the swirling attacks? Here it says, Pete Hegseth is under fire. Well, he might be under fire by all the right people in D.C. Instead, they should be doing a puff piece, the New York Times should be, on how recruiting is up, morale is up, and yes, standards are up. The Army Combat Fitness Test, as mentioned, the ACFT, once watered down, has been reformed to restore challenge and purpose. And yes, even efficiency is up. Did you know that the Department of Defense's Inspector General just last month did an audit, and they noted a 12% increase in procurement efficiency and project delivery timelines? Our influence also is up. Did you know in the Philippines and Taiwan, joint exercises are up 30% year over year? And of course, most importantly, our lethality is up. The U.S. military is again training for warfighting, not workshops. In fiscal year 2024, combat readiness scores from CENTCOM and INDOPACOM showed a 20% increase in unit preparedness over fiscal year 2022. These are real numbers. Morale, lethality, preparedness, efficiency. So by all objective measurements, Pete Hegseth, in his short window of time, has been a roaring success, probably the most effective Secretary of Defense since the new millennium. When you have a military that was bogged down by bureaucracy, wokeism, and low morale, and all of a sudden you see that turned around, you have to wonder, but what is down exactly? What's down in the Secretary of Defense's office? What is down in the Pentagon? The influence of neocons and the failed perpetual war architects. The bureaucracy of combat forces, that is down. And the weaponization of the uniform to serve ideological causes over national security. Do you know what is gone now? Pete Hegseth has removed this from the U.S. military, and that makes him a major enemy of the entrenched permanent bureaucracy in the Pentagon. When he removes the gay poems from our battleships, it turns out that you can have a 30% increase in war games. It turns out that you could be 12% more efficient. Play cut 134.
The coolest thing I did on board was to be able to participate in a LGBTQ spoken word night, and I was able to read a poem that I wrote to the whole ship. And that was probably the culmination of the whole deployment.
This whole thing is done. That whole operation is done. You know, I'm going to go read a LGBT gay poem on top of a battleship, and turns out when you remove that, efficiency, lethality, morale, recruitment all goes up. This is also gone. Here's another one. While in uniform, we see the PSA on how to use pronouns. Our own military was a major college campus with Tomahawk missiles. Our military was becoming Harvard with drones. That's what it was under Lloyd Austin and Mark Milley. Speaking of which, you know what else is down? The BMI of the Secretary of Defense. Way down. Warrior culture is ascendant, which is exactly why the knives are out for Pete Hegseth. About this rubbish story. Oh, he's putting stuff in signal chats. Look at the core essence of what's happening here. Steve Bannon would say, look at the signal, not the noise. He has removed this cancer rather quickly. Look at this. Play cut 132.
Hi, my name is Johnny and I use he, him pronouns. Using the right pronouns is a really simple way to affirm someone's identity. It is a signal of acceptance and respect.
If it's a signal of acceptance and respect, how do we go about creating a safe space for everybody?
That's a good question. A really good way to do that is to use inclusive language. Instead of saying something like, hey guys, you can say, hey everyone.
Another way that we could show that we're allies and that we accept everybody is to maybe include our pronouns in our emails, or like we just did, introduce ourselves using our pronouns.
This was an official military broadcast under Joe Biden, and not a single criticism from the media, not a single criticism from the regime. No, instead we have the alpha man ascendant, the warrior ethos back into the Pentagon. And that is what gets their attention. But there, of course, is another thing. Despite the fact that we're more lethal and morale is up and recruiting is up and efficiency is up and that we have a real warrior leading things. No. There's another thing at play here. And we're going to go a level deeper because Pete Hegseth stands in the way of the drums of war. Do you hear that? The bum, da bum, da bum, da bum, da bum, da bum. Oh, the neocons, they want to strike Iran more than anything else. They want a ground war with Iran. And Pete Hegseth stands atop the Pentagon to say, not today, neocon. We ran on America first, not on colonizing Iran.